the Treasury Star Parade. Ladies and gentlemen, by electrical transcription, we bring you the man and his band whose Makes You Wanna Dance music's been heard all over the land. Kay Kaiser.
Hi, folks. Hi, y'all. We're mighty happy to be with you again on the Treasury Star Parade. Yes, sir. And for the next 15 minutes, we're going to let it fly. Say, you know, we just got back from a tour of service camps all over the country, out in Oregon, Arizona, Washington, Texas, here in New Jersey, out in California, New York State, and it certainly made us mighty proud to see what Uncle Sam is buying with those war bonds and stamps you have been purchasing. But we'll tell you a lot more about that later. Right now, hallelujah, children, come on. Yes, dance. Sing hallelujah. A beautiful new ballad called Johnny Doughboy. We recently recorded it, and Harry and all the girls and the boys are going to really put it on for you.
Took him back to old New York.
'Cause his mother spoke the sweetest Blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found the rose in
She stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you, just like you.
Thanks a lot, kids. And now let's bounce a little bit. We're in New York, but shucks, let's get over to Jersey and kick that Jersey bounce. You gotta dance to the Jersey bounce. Children, you were really bouncing there. Say, we've heard a lot about those victory suits. But right now, we're not going to play about that victory stuff. We're going to play about that zoot stuff. So look out for the zoot suits. Sully and Julie and Dorothy and Trudy and all the gang. I want the zoot suit with the wreath pleat and the drapery shape with the stuff cuff to look sharp enough to go to see my Sunday gal. I want that reed sleeve with the right stripe and that dress vest. It's the glad plaid in the latest vest to see my Sunday gal. And I want to look keen so my dream will say, you don't look like the same beau. Yes, so keen that you'll scream. Boy, here comes my walk, rainbow, sweet to make the suit with the reed, sleek and straight shape with that stuff cuff to look sharp enough to go to see my Sunday girl.
I want a brown gown with the top with the hip slip and the lace waist in the sharpest taste to see my Sunday man. I want a scat hat with the trim brim and a zag with the rib zip to look plenty hip to see my Sunday Sam. I want to look keen so my dream will play. Ain't I the lucky fella? So keen that he'll scream. Haters in Technicolor. I want a brown gown top with a hip slip lace twist in the sharpest taste to see my Sunday man. Head man in jazz.
Well, we've had some music and nonsense, and now I'd like to talk a little common sense. I want to talk to the families of America who are listening right now. You know, lots of you have sons and brothers and husbands and fathers who have gladly answered the call to the colors. And with a heart filled with patriotism, you have wished them good luck and Godspeed. Well, they're on their way to meet the toughest foe America has ever faced. Do you want them to meet this foe without a gun as good as he has? Or fly against that foe in a plane that is inferior? I know you don't. And Uncle Sam says you're right. He says the only way to protect your loved one and to win this war is to give him equipment that is not only as good but better than the enemy's. And Uncle Sam says the way to do this is with your money and mine. That means we can't continue buying war bonds and stamps just occasionally and in inconvenient amounts. We must invest regularly from our current income. That is, we must deduct at least 10% from each and every paycheck and invest that 10% in war bonds and stamps. This is not only a savings for you, but it's the only way our government can equip your son, your sweetheart, husband, or father, or brother, so that he can win this war for you and you and you. Well, there it is, folks. What are you going to do about it?
Thank you, Kay Kaiser, for that very good music and some very good advice. You've been a very welcome guest on the Treasury Star Parade, and we hope to have you back with us again. And now the United States Treasury thanks the old Professor Kay Kaiser and all his boys and girls who donated their talents to this transcribed program. The script for this performance was prepared by Hal Block and Al Miller. Direction by Ed Cashman. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, John.
Yes?
Congratulate me. Today's my birthday.
Well, many happy returns, Daddy. Come down here and we'll celebrate.
Oh, I have to stop at the house first.
Why?
I think Snooks has a little surprise for me.
Oh.
She's really a sweet child, you know.
Oh, sure.
Well, I'll be over later. Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Daddy. I wonder what kind of a surprise Snooks has cooked up.
Hey, Red. Yeah? Look in the oven and see if the cake's finished. I just looked. Well? Are you sure your old man likes cake, Snooks? What's the matter with it? It looked awful greasy to me. Maybe we shouldn't have stuck the candles on before we baked it. Yeah. Let's stick some more candles on a loaf of bread. He won't know the difference. He will, too. Well, I'm going to get the cake. Hey, wait, Snooks. It ain't no use looking for it. Why? Well, it didn't look so good to me, so I gave it to the dog, and he ate it. Don't holler. I'll get you another dog. My poor little doggy's going to die and go to heaven. Oh, baloney. baloney. My grandma went to heaven. You don't hear me yelling. Yeah? Well, you didn't raise your grandma from a pup. Well, he'll be all right. Come on, now don't let your old man catch you balling on his birthday. All right. What are we going to give him? Well, let me think. We could get him an electric razor. He's got one. No, he ain't. I just busted it. I stuck the pieces in Robespierre's room. No, that ain't fair, Red. What ain't fair? Making my little brother take the blame for everything. Well, he always spoils our fun. Whenever we pour syrup on his head, he just sits and screams. Well, what do you expect? He's too low to swear, ain't he? Yeah, but I'm learning him. Hey, we better hurry and get a present before your old man gets here. Let's go down to the park and steal goldfish out of the pond. Well, how will we bring it home? We'll tie him in our hands. He won't live 5 seconds out of the water. Well, we'll keep spitting on it. No. Yeah. That's no good. Well, I can't think of nothing, so I'm going home. If you go home, I'll tell my daddy you broke his razor.
Oh, Snooks! Baby! Where are you, dear?
Well, looks like under the bed for me again. You won't snitch, will you, Snooks? No, hurry up. Now get under quick.
Oh, Snooks! Wonder what... Oh, there you are.
Hello, Daddy. Happy birthday.
Well, thank you, my child. Well, you haven't got a little surprise for your old dad, have you?
Uh-huh.
Really? A real surprise?
Yeah. A real surprise.
Where is it?
Look under the bed.
Oh, if you are... Where? Come on to that bed.
Hello, Mr. Higgins. Surprise?
What's the meaning of this? Have you taken up permanent residence under my daughter's bed?
I don't know how he got there, Daddy. You wait. I'll get even with you for this.
Come on. Start explaining, Red.
Well, you see, Mr. Higgins, I knew it was your birthday, and I wanted to sort of make up with you.
Yes?
And as a kind of a little present, I thought maybe I could take you to see the circus. Well, why didn't you say that before I told you to hide, Red?
I thought you said you didn't know how he got there, Snooks.
Did I say that?
I'll discuss that with you in a minute. Now, what's this about the circus, young man? Do you have tickets?
Tickets? Who buys tickets? We can all sneak in the side.
Sneak in?
I want to see the circus.
No.
I want to see the circus.
Stop it. I'm not going to sneak under any tent.
Why?
We'll all get arrested.
But my father works in the circus, Mr. Higgins. He's a bearded lady.
Bearded lady?
Is he really, Red? Oh, sure. Gee, Daddy, why don't you get a job like that? You never have no fun.
That's wonderful. Last week you wanted me to marry the lady who owns the candy store.
Well, you didn't do it, did you?
No, because I'm already married.
Why?
Are you trying to spoil my birthday altogether? Let's not discuss those things at all.
Well, how about the circus, Mr. Higgins?
No, Red. But thank you just the same. I'm sure you were quite sincere in your offer. I'm not going to be angry with you. After all, my birthday only comes once a year.
How old are you, Daddy?
Oh, I'm getting on.
Are you?
I'm not a child anymore.
Could you talk when you was a baby, Mr. Higgins?
Why, of course not.
Oh, you could too, Daddy. I heard you tell Mama you cursed the day you were born.
You hear too much.
I got big ears, ain't I? You got a big mouth, too. Yours ain't no buttonhole. Oh, yeah?
Now stop it, both of you. Look, let's have some little sort of celebration. What would you like to do? Shall we play games?
Huh?
Sure. We'll make a circus of our own right here. You can dress up like a clown, Snooks.
All right, Daddy. What'll I be? You'll be the bearded lady like your old man. Make him a beard, Daddy. Sure. We can shave some hair off the rug with your electric razor. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
I don't want to play circus, Mr. Higgins. No.
Stay right here, and I'll go get Robespierre. Snooks, you get the electric razor.
If you're going to get Robespierre, you can get the razor too, Daddy.
Oh, all right. I'll be right back.
Now what are we going to do? What do you mean, we? I ain't your partner. We're married, ain't we? Only on Tuesdays. You broke the razor, not me. Well, you helped me pour the syrup on Robespierre's head and put the ink on it. Let's both get under the bed, Red.
You savages! What have you done to the baby again? He's covered from head to foot with glue.
Glue?
Yes, glue.
No wonder them pancakes tasted so funny.
Now, why did you do that to the child? Why?
Tell him, Red. No, you tell him, Snooks. Well,
And hurry.
there was a big fly buzzing around the room, and we didn't have no fly paper. So we poured it all over him.
Oh.
But we thought it was syrup, Mr. Higgins. We wouldn't pour no glue on him. No.
Using my child as a fly trap. Are you both insane?
No.
And why do I find my electric razor broken to pieces in his crib?
Because that's where Red put it. Robespierre broke it, Mr. Higgins. I caught him shaving, and he...
Silence! Well, this is a birthday I long remember.
And we're going to play circus, Daddy.
Sure we are. I'm going to be the lion tamer. You'll both be lions. I'm going to get a whip. Turn over.
Well, seems like we always wind up on our stomachs. He's awful mad, ain't he? Yeah. Maybe he'll cool down if we sing Happy Birthday. Yeah, let's try.
All right. You're really going to feel this. There.
Happy birthday to you.
And another. There.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Higgins.
Once more.
Happy birthday to you.
Well, not only have the Aces gone broke, but they also have a house guest in the person of Jane's 18-year-old niece Betty, who arrived in town to take the job of Mr. Ace's secretary. But Mr. Ace himself is looking for a job now. This week they must also give up the bungalow in which they live and hunt for an apartment. This episode is in several scenes, showing Jane looking for an apartment and Mr. Ace looking for a job. First to Jane and an apartment manager. Listen.
Are you the superintendent here?
Yes, madam.
Well, I'd like to see an apartment, please.
Very well. Just, what did you have on your mind?
Oh, plenty. But I'd like to see an apartment anyhow.
What?
An apartment, you know.
Yes, I know, but, I meant just what sort of an apartment did you have in mind? How many rooms and what price?
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know for sure. I haven't lived in an apartment for so long. We've been living in our own home.
Oh, going to give up housekeeping?
Yes.
Well, did you want something already furnished?
No, we have our own furniture.
I see. Well, perhaps I showed you a floor at some of our vacancies.
Beg pardon?
Here we are. Now, perhaps you look these over.
Oh, Blue Point. Let me see them. Oh, are these the different kind of apartments you have?
Well, we have a few vacancies. They range from the single-room efficiency apartment like this one, for instance.
What's that?
That's the single-room efficiency apartment.
Oh, I don't want a single room. I'm married.
Well, a married couple could easily live in this efficiency apartment. You see, everything here is compact, built into the wall.
Oh, you mean like if you press the bookcase, it's a sink and things like that?
Well, not precisely, Mrs. H, not precisely. You see, this single room is more...
But I need much more room than that.
Oh, well, then, of course, you wouldn't be interested in this one.
No.
Well, about how many rooms did you have in mind?
Well, now, let me see. I've got my girlfriend living with us. She's my best friend. She's always lived with us. It just wouldn't be like home without her. Of course, she pays me for room and board.
I see. Is that all?
Is that all? I didn't tell you how much she paid me.
No. I mean, is that all extra room you need?
Oh, well, just this week, my niece came to live with us, and she's going to stay with us. I need a room for her, too.
And you and Mr. H. Is that right?
Yes.
I see. Now, that's 2 extra bedrooms. Yes, you'd require our 5-room special Ruxley Arms suite.
What's that?
It's the Ruxley Arms apartments are so well known for. Would you want the sunken living room?
What's that?
The living room that sinks.
That what?
Sinks.
Oh, well, I'd like to see it. I might be interested.
I'd be glad to show it to you. There's one on the 4th floor facing south you could have. or one on the 5th floor facing northeast?
All right.
Well, would you like to look at both of them, or do you prefer any certain exposure?
Well, no, we like a little privacy.
Oh, yes, but, well, I'll show you both. Excuse me. Miss Corbett. I'll have the girl get tea for me. Miss Corbett. Isn't she back in once yet? Oh, she's been gone over an hour.
And who is she?
Oh, she's supposed to be the girl in the office here. But you never can find her when you... No, she's still out.
She is? Why, that's awful. Over an hour?
Yes, well, I'll get the keys myself.
You ought to get a new secretary.
Well, she usually doesn't do this.
Oh, but she oughtn't to do it at all. Now, if you want to get a new secretary, I know a girl that's marvelous.
Well, you see, Miss Corbett's been here ever since the building was open.
Oh, not ever since, if you say she's been gone over an hour for lunch.
Oh, here the keys right
and
here.
if you want to get another girl, I know a girl...
Oh, that's very, very kind, Mrs. A. I'll be glad to keep it in mind.
All right.
Now, if you'll kindly come with me, I'll show you these apartments.
Should I give you her name?
What's that?
The girl I was telling you about.
Oh, yes. When we get back, Mrs. A, thank you. Now, right through the lobby here, please.
Oh, I love this lobby.
Yeah. Isn't it gorgeous?
I think it's clean.
I think it's gorgeous.
Well, I think... Well, yeah.
Well, here we are. Right in here, please.
Oh, in here?
Yes.
Oh, this room is awfully small. Is this a directly armed special?
Mrs. A, this is the elevator.
Oh.
I'll take you to the 4th floor first.
All right. Oh, you work the elevators yourself, don't you?
Yes.
So you see, that's the reason I'm open for some sort of a job, Mr. Gifford, and I thought that you might have something that I could tackle.
Well, Mr. Ace, you've come to me at a very bad time. They're not putting anybody on this time. All the buildings we manage already have superintendents and house managers.
Oh, I see.
However, I'll be glad to take your name in case something does show up.
Well, that's the next best thing, I guess.
That's a bad time of the year right now.
I found that out. I've been to half a dozen real estate places this morning already, and they all tell me the same story.
Yes, I'm afraid you're going to find that pretty general at this time. Why don't you try for something else? Does it have to be in this line?
Well, no, I guess not, but having been in the real estate business so long, and being that it's more or less in my line, I thought...
I see. Were you always in the real estate business?
No, I once sold furniture on the road.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty well filled up right now, too.
Yeah, I guess so. I haven't tried that yet. I really didn't want to go on the road. You see, when I was on the road, I was single. I'm married now.
I see. Would you just write your name and phone number right there?
Oh, yes. I've had quite little dealings with apartment buildings and office buildings, and I feel sure that I could do a good job for you managing some building you operate if something turns up.
Yes, I think you could, too. I'll keep you in mind.
Oh, by the way, we're moving this week, and I'll have to drop in and give you my new phone number later on.
Okay, anytime.
Well, thanks for your bother, Mr. Gifford.
Not at all. Glad to meet you. And I'll keep you in mind if something shows up.
And this is what you call a 5-room rectally armed suite?
Yes, this is one of them. Of course, it's in quite a mess right now. The people who had it just moved out, and we haven't had a chance to fix it up. If you can overlook the dirt.
Well, it's kind of hard to. What are those white squares on the wall?
Where, Mrs. A?
Oh, well, there's one there, and there's two on that wall.
Oh, those are where pictures hung.
Pictures?
Yes, as I say, the apartment needs a thorough going over.
Well, this won't be, I'm afraid.
Of course, you're seeing it at a disadvantage, Mrs. A. I'm sure if you saw it after it was repainted and decorated.
No, we couldn't take this one.
Well, is it too small?
Oh, no, it's nice and big. It's just that, well, I can't start spending money for things now, and I'd have to buy some new pictures to fit those squares on the walls.
New pictures?
Yes, especially a big one for that square there. And right now, we can't afford it very well.
But, Mrs. A.
Well, I might as well tell you this, Mr.
Jones.
Mrs. Jones. Well, I might as well tell you this. You see, the reason we're moving into an apartment is to cut down expenses.
But, Mrs. A., if you could see this apartment as it really should be seen, I'm sure you would be satisfied with the rent we're asking.
No, I wouldn't take this one. I don't care what price you stimulate.
But may I show you the same apartment on the 6th floor?
What's that one like?
Well, at least it's in order.
Order of this one?
On the order.
This order?
Well, it's not in this order.
You just said it was in this order.
On this order.
On this order?
On this order, but not in this order.
Well, I don't know which order it is.
It's on this order.
Well, if it's on this order, I won't like it.
But you will because it's not in this order.
Well, make up your mind what order it is, Mr. Jones.
Mrs. H., you're trying my patience.
Well, if I am, I don't like them. Now, what order do you mean?
I say it's in order, but not...
Now, order, Mr. Jones. Don't get so excited.
Well, I can't help it. I could stamp my foot. You just come along with me and I'll show it to you.
Well, if you want me to, but if it's on this order...
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going to get me with that again. You just come along with me and I'll show it.
If you have anything at all in the line of managing one of your apartment buildings, I'd be interested in taking your job.
Well, I don't think we have anything at this writing, Mr. Ace. In fact, we've been more or less reprinting.
Nothing at all?
I don't think so. Let's see. Just had the girl lay this list of our buildings on my desk.
Well, I don't have to tell you that I feel I could do a good job for you, Mr. Frank.
Oh, I'm sure of that. That was a tough break you had.
Yes, it was, but there's no use sitting around moaning about that now.
No, I guess not. Let's see here. Well, it seems pretty well filled up. I did hear of something just the other day. What was it now? It's either one of our buildings or somebody else's.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you could think of it, Mr.
I'm trying to. Let's see now. Oh, yes, I remember.
Well, what was it?
Yes, it's not ours, though. It's the Ruxley Arms. You know where that is?
Yes, I think so.
Jones, Truman, and Hecker have it. They're looking for a house manager. Jones, I think, is sitting until they find one.
Oh, good. I'll go right over and see them.
Well, why don't you just go right over there to the apartment? I think you'll find Mr. Jones there.
Well, thanks for the tip. I will.
You're welcome.
I've got the car downstairs. I'll skip over right now. Good luck to you.
Mrs. Ace, there's all the difference in the world between the two apartments, isn't there?
Yes, I see what you mean.
Of course you do. Those people who had the place downstairs left it looking like a pig pen. That was on account of the girls they had, too. The superintendent we had here didn't enforce the rules.
What rules?
No dogs allowed.
No dogs?
No, absolutely no.
Why not?
We don't like them around. That's why not.
Don't like dogs? Well, I certainly don't see why.
Oh, Mrs. Vase, have you
I
got...
can't understand a person that doesn't like dogs.
Well, I didn't know that you...
My mother always told me that persons that don't like dogs are usually mean. And if they don't like dogs around here, then they probably don't like seeing people happy, or they don't let them have other things they want.
Dogs are positively out. I'm sorry.
Well, I am too.
The babies are a lot of bother, Mrs. Ace. This way, please.
Oh, it isn't no bother, Mr. Jones.
Not to you, perhaps, Mrs. Ace. This way, for the elevator.
Oh, yes.
Here we are.
When's the rent of that apartment in there?
What difference does it make now, Mrs. Ace?
Well, I just wondered.
Well, that apartment rents for $75 a month, unfurnished.
Unfurnished without a dog, you mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that's not so very cheap.
It's a matter of opinion, Mrs. Ace. And besides, there's no use of talking about that now. Here we are.
Dog couldn't run this elevator anyhow.
Couldn't run it.
Well, thanks anyhow, Mr. Jones. I'm sorry.
Mr. Jones.
Well, dear.
Jane, what are you...
You won't like this here, dear.
But Jane, just a minute. Mr. Jones.
No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Ace. No dog.
Dog?
Absolutely not. I don't care what kind of a dog you've got, or how will you think of him, or her, or it.
We have no dog.
You have no dog.
What is this?
Oh, I see it, dog. I should about as much as I can.
But Mr. Jones,
you won't like an apartment on our order, Mr. Ace.
On what order?
Oh, no, now. You two don't start that now. Come on, dear.
But I'm not...
I give up. I can't, and I won't go through another session like this past hour. Mrs. Ace, I'm just really, I never in all my life...
Don't work yourself up to such a lavender, Mr. Jones.
Jane,
now, come on, dear. We won't like it, dear.
Well, not only did Jane lose an apartment, but Mr. Ace lost a chance for a job. But they keep on trying, as does Betty, as we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Thank you, Professor Shapiro. Who is an American? Perhaps one can answer that question best if one thinks of the first settlers ever to come to these shores and then asks, what was there about them that we still think characteristic of ourselves? Well, those settlers were immigrants, first of all. They had three main objectives they hoped to attain. They wanted to make a living, of course, wanted to engage in some activity which would keep them and their families safe from poverty, and wanted to do that honestly and freely. Again, they desired liberty of conscience and of political institutions. Aware as they unfortunately were of the meaning of tyranny in Europe, they looked in their thinking toward those policies and principles which were expressed near the close of the 18th century in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Finally, they were great believers in education, and from the beginning worked to build up a school system which would make available to everybody the culture and the skills men need to acquire. That education had for them always a religious implication and significance. It seemed to them obvious that men will act in ways consonant with the purpose of democracy only when they believe in moral principle. I have said that those settlers were immigrants. All of us, regardless of who we may be, are either immigrants or sons and daughters, grandsons and granddaughters, great-grandsons and great-granddaughters of immigrants. Each of us belongs either directly or by heritage to some group which left Europe for reasons akin to those which governed the conduct of the earliest settlers. America is therefore something we have all built together. Think of the contribution which the Irish immigrants of the 40s made to the development of the textile industries, or of what the incoming Jewish artisans of the 90s have done to create the great garment trade, or of the work praised so warmly already by Thomas Jefferson in his day, done by German settlers to develop American agriculture to a degree of excellence hitherto unknown. We could speak of the contribution of the French in the valley of the Kankakee and elsewhere, of a vast and laborious Italian population, of what the Negro has done, in spite of limited opportunities, to humanize and civilize the households of several generations. I could refer to the frugal and healthy Slovak immigration, to the achievements of the Dutch and the Belgians. If we are today a great industrial and agricultural people, stronger by reason of our resources than any other nation, it is not the result of natural wealth only, but also of the hard work and intelligent foresight of all those who brought to the New World the human legacy of the Old. Let me say a word in particular about the Chinese. They have been handicapped by a number of restrictions, some of them very onerous indeed. Too frequently we forgot that they were humble representatives of a great civilization which more than a century ago charmed the best minds of Europe. We thought of them as slaves in laundries and as concoctors of chop suey. Nevertheless, these Chinese have made a very large contribution to our economic welfare, and today their American sons and daughters are attending colleges and universities preparing for a better future. But economic activity is not the only thing in which the newcomer has been interested. Each time the tide of immigration rose, it brought to these shores new and invigorating cultural forces. The Germans who came in 1848 brought with them devotion to democratic principle. They loved freedom even as they loved good government. It is to them that we owe, in considerable measure, the successful prosecution of the Civil War and the emancipation of the Negro. The Irish kept alive in their hearts a deep concern for religious values. Out of the migration of Jews from Russia prior to the War of 1914, the Zionist movement, with all its multiform spiritual implications, was born. The Italians, often looked down upon by earlier arrivals, kept alive their love of music and of art. They have softened the rough edges of life in dozens of cities by reason of a culture never forgotten and forever cherished. I wonder if we always appreciate what the several immigrant peoples of Central Europe, the Slovaks, the Croats, the Czechs, the Poles, have done in music, painting, and literature. Today, a new migration, enforced by the most ruthless tyrant Europe has ever known, is once more enriching American life. Do we appreciate the magnificent contributions which refugee scientists are making to our national defense, or the assistance which refugee economists are rendering in so many ways, or the richness of cultural inspiration which so many of Europe's best minds are now offering in so large a number of cities and towns. Let us remember that these refugees are just like our own ancestors. They are exiles from tyranny. While they are not yet familiar with American ways and customs, they are eager to learn. All too fresh in their memories are those things of which Walt Whitman wrote in the Song of the Broad Axe, the bursting in of mercenaries and bigots tumultuously and disorderly, roar, flames, blood, drunkenness, madness, goods freely rifled from houses and temples, screams of women in the gripe of brigands, craft and thievery of camp followers, men running, old persons despairing. But they are also eager to go where the city of faithfulest friends stands, where the city of the cleanliness of the sexes stands, where the city of the healthiest fathers stands, where the city of the best-bodied mothers stands. Oh, yes, none of us immigrants has had an easy time of it. The Negro came in the hold of a slave ship. The Irish toiled endlessly in the mills. Italians have been pushed off the streets, made the butt of jokes. Vile insults have been hurled into the faces of the Jews. We have heard one of the oldest and proudest of peoples referred to as Hunyaks. You and I have repeated over and over again, without thinking, silly nonsense about the English, preferring an old world prejudice to a new world possibility of friendship. But nevertheless, we have made progress. We are still committed to respect for one another. We are sometimes foolish, but not often furious. I think we might well afford to forget what we have suffered silently for the sake of the country we have built together. But surely we must forget for the sake of what will someday be a just world when the war in which we are now fighting side by side has been won. I cannot speak as more than a private citizen, but it seems to me that our government is deeply aware of the fact that we are a nation made up of many peoples and many generations. Nowhere at any time in history have officials been more careful to protect the rights of citizens and non-citizens. Even those among us who have not yet attained to full membership in the nation are treated fairly. Anyone suspected of friendliness to a hostile power is granted a careful and impartial trial. More than that, our government seeks to make it possible for those who are still aliens to serve the common cause to the best of their abilities. Not everything has been straightened out, but the progress made is so striking that it gives every lover of democracy renewed courage and hope. That is a good thing. Let nobody tell you that this is a country which looks down upon you because you have such and such a racial or national heritage. Those who say that, those who do speak insults and misstatements, represent not your country, but its ruthless and barbarous foes. Your country is more than a machine, more than a newspaper column, more than some vile, seditious sheet published in one of our cities. Your country is Jefferson, is Lincoln, is the man in the mill, the teacher in the schoolroom, the soldier in the field. It is the Negro who dies gladly that his country may live. It is the Jewish boy whose hand is at the trigger in a scouting plane. It is the lad of Spanish descent who steps off a transport in Ireland or Australia. Your country is the handshake that makes an Italian and a Pole brothers in the stand against tyrants. Who tells you that this is not so is an agent of Hitler. I serve a college which is part and parcel of the common life of New York City, of its family picnics and rows, of its laboriousness and frugality, of its laughter and sadness, of its worries and aspirations. you can hear the metropolis tick there all day long. And if you climb to the upper floors and stand perhaps at the windows of the chemistry laboratories, you can see the city spread about you with the towers, bridges, quays, stores, highways, which are the wonder of the world. You see also countless wash lines waving to and fro on roofs and in backyards. You can smell, if the day is right, the odor of cooking coming up a million chimneys into the sun. But there is something more wonderful than that. One goes about among the students, greeting here a Greek, there a Finn, there a Chinese girl, there an Irish smile, there the kind of face which must have been that of Mary in Galilee. And you are sure that anybody who suggests that one of these young people must be set against another by reason of birth or blood, who holds that this group must be hounded into ghettos, and that locked in chains of economic bondage, is an apostle who would have stirred the wrath of all our illustrious ancestors as being the spreader of mortally dangerous disease. I do not have to think these days of what Hitler has done to Europe, to his own people, in order to sense the righteousness of the cause to which we have now been committed. I have only to think of what he could do to these young people among whom I go, if he were not opposed. And so, for our sake and theirs, may God grant us the victory.
Thank you, Dr. Schuster. You've just heard Dr. George N. Schuster, president of Hunter College, who spoke to you on the subject, Americans All, Immigrants All.
Here's Jill and the GI Jive.
Hi, fellas. Once again, that GI Jive theme breaks onto the beam, which means it's time to get the records going round and round in the AEF jukebox of the air. And this is G.I. Jill, the gal with all the nickels. The nickels that'll buy the bands and tunes you've asked for. According to your request, the jukebox is stocked today with music by Eddie Miller, Bing and the Andrews Sisters, Jimmy Lunsford, and Harry James. And Eddie Miller's going to set the tempo with Stomp Mr. Henry Lee.
We're gonna stomp, 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 stomp Mr. Henry Lee.
another version of One Meatball. So far, we've had recipes for same from Josh White and Tony Pastor. But today, it's Bing and the Andrews sisters. Still with no spaghetti for Corporal Claude F. Kendall in APO 27 and Sergeant Delmar E. Davis at APO 322. Okay, Bing and the gals with One Meatball.
A little man walked up and down and found an eating place in town. He looked the menu through and through to see what 15 cents could do. One meatball, one meatball. He could afford but one meatball. He told the waiter near at hand the simple dinner he had planned. The folks were startled, one and all, to hear that waiter loudly call, one meatball, one meatball. Hey, this here gent wants one meatball. The little man felt ill at ease and said, some bread, sir, if you please. The waiter's voice roared down the hall, you get no bread with one meatball. One meatball, one meatball. You get no bread with one meatball. One meatball was all he had. Now in his dreams he hears that call, you get no bread with one meatball. One meatball, one meatball. You get no bread with one meatball. One meatball. No bread with one meatball.
Yeah, I know. No Bing Crosby. My mistake, fellas. And that takes care of one meatball with no Bing Crosby and brings us to Jimmy Lunsford and his orchestra. Not long ago, Jimmy made a record that I think is really good. So far, we've only had one letter on it, but one's enough for a spinning, so here's I Dream a Lot About You by Jimmy Lunsford at the request of Bugle Master Gilbert Bond, Storekeeper Clifford Smith, and Yeoman Roscoe Gillette of the Navy. Here it is.
I dream the silliest dream, honestly I do. I dream the sweetest little dreams, I dream a lot about you. I dream the craziest dreams, though I know we're through. My dreams are sweet little dreams, I dream a lot about you. In my dreams you're so stunning, you're such a pleasant surprise. Then I awaken to find I'm forsaken, teardrops fill my eyes. I dream the cutest little dreams, dreams that don't come true. My dreams are precious little dreams, I dream a lot about you. You're so stunning, you're such a pleasant surprise. Then I awaken to find I'm forsaken, teardrops fill my eyes. I dream the cutest little dreams, dreams that don't come true. My dreams are precious little dreams. I dream a lot about you.
It's GI Jive, the program that gives your record request top priority. Yeah, fellas, if you've got a favorite record and it can be had, you shall have it by letting me know at GI Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And talking about a favorite record, this one coming up is my favorite right now. Dedicated to Private Charlie R. Vick at APO 717, pharmacist mates C.F. Vialis and L.P. Myers, C.B. Earl Shiflett of a certain CBMU. It's Harry James' record of I'm Beginning to See the Light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a full-on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light.
that's all for now, fellas. Till tomorrow, this is your GI Gal Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Our Army is not only to be the best equipped and the best trained, but it is also to be the best informed Army in the world. Our soldiers are to know what we are fighting for. To help them understand, outstanding Americans are appearing before the troops at Army posts throughout the nation, discussing the causes, issues, and strategy of the war. Each Thursday night at this time, for the next 6 weeks, the Columbia Network will visit an Army post to broadcast a portion of such a speech to American troops. You will hear in their appearances before troops William L. Shire, Quentin Reynolds, Herbert Agar, and Sergeant Alvin C. Gio. Tonight we are at Camp George Meade in Maryland, with officers and soldiers now waiting. Colonel Oliver S. Wood, the commanding officer at Fort Meade, will introduce the speaker. Colonel Wood.
Officers and men at Fort Meade, and those listening by radio and Army posts in the United States and overseas. Tonight you are to hear a noted correspondent of the war. Many of you doubtless remember the broadcast of Lee White during the Balkan crisis and campaign. Those were tense, exciting, disastrous days. This correspondent was a victim of Nazi guns in the Yugoslavian campaign. He was among those evacuated at Crete and reached this country from Africa. Tonight, this wounded correspondent, returned from the wars in Europe and the Mediterranean, is practically recovered. We are happy to hear him speak tonight on the war to date. Mr. Lee White.
It's strange that I should have been, of all correspondents, the one selected to talk to you about the war from Pearl Harbor to the present. For I was in Europe for 5 years and only managed to return to the United States on October 11th, 7 weeks before that fateful date. Since then, I have spent most of my time in the hospital, recovering from a wound I received in Greece a year ago. Until recently, I was shut off entirely from the outside world. Now I am addressing you here at Fort Meade, the first group of American soldiers I've set my eyes on since I returned to this country. I can't tell you much about America's war effort since Pearl Harbor, that is the American phase of it. But I can tell you what our entry into the war since Pearl Harbor has meant to the majority of Europeans. As we all know, this war did not begin on December 7th, not even for Americans. This war began 10 years ago, in January 1932, when Japan invaded China. 3 years later, in December 1934, Italy invaded Abyssinia. And the unwillingness of the great powers to apply sanctions destroyed the League of Nations. And whether we as Americans liked it or not, the League was the nearest approach the world has ever made to some international system of law and order. Without the authority of the League of Nations, law and order was gone, and Europe's decline toward anarchy began. The war for each one of us began at a different time, the moment when we personally became involved. For me, the war began in Spain. In July 1936, General Franco led his revolution against the government of the Spanish Republic. When it appeared that Franco could not win the war alone, Hitler and Mussolini helped him. Before the war was over in March 1939, most of the world had begun to realize that it was no civil war, no fight between nationalists and Reds, as many people tried to make us believe, but a Nazi, fascist invasion of a country whose government was very much like ours. China was 6,000 miles away. So was Abyssinia. Spain was much closer to home. Before the war in Spain was over, Hitler had taken Austria. Then he invaded Czechoslovakia, then Poland. And with the chronology of the war since then, we are all bitterly familiar. Every country which has been at war with Germany, Italy, and Japan, from China through Abyssinia and Spain, up to and including the United States, has been fighting for the same thing: freedom, national freedom. I will not attempt to call freedom democracy, for they are not the same. Freedom breeds democracy. Democracy cannot exist without it. All of our allies in the present struggle are fighting for freedom of one sort or another. Some of them may not have been lucky enough to enjoy the sort of democracy we have here in America. Some of them may not have even been able to enjoy freedom. And without freedom, there is nothing. National freedom, liberty, independence must come first. Then all the other freedoms follow, one after the other, until democracy is finally achieved. So we are not fighting a war for democracy only. We are fighting a war for freedom, all sorts of freedom, and freedom is something more fundamental, more diverse. President Roosevelt, in a press conference last week, called for a new name for the Second World War. I suggest we call it the War for Freedom. That's what everybody's fighting for. Why try to complicate the issue by calling it something else? Why try to specify what we are fighting against? No war has ever been won against anything. All wars have been won for something. This war will be won for freedom. And December 7th, when America entered the war, was the first time it was possible for the rest of the world, and especially Europe, even to conceive that freedom was in sight. Without America, everything would have been lost, including America. With America, everything is possible. We haven't done much yet. We haven't had time. The American people, the American nation, is a gigantic organism. We're like the dinosaur. Somebody once investigated the nervous structure of the dinosaur and found that that animal was so sluggish that if he were hit over the head, it would take him several hours, or maybe it was days or weeks or months to wake up to the fact that he had been hit. I think most of us here tonight know how hard hit we were at Pearl Harbor. But a lot of us, especially the civilians, are only just beginning to realize it. They will wake up. Before this war is over, everybody will be so waked up he will never be able to sleep again. And that is going to be a good thing. For until America gets excited about the future of the world has no future. The future is ours. Pearl Harbor and what has happened since, for me, has been the beginning of the end of the war. The war that began in China 10 years ago. This is a European point of view. But I have been living in Europe almost continuously for 5 years, and I have come to appreciate America as only Europeans can. I doubt if many Americans think of America in just that way. We're all so used to America here that we lose sight of what we mean to the rest of the world. The great influence that we have in countries some of us have never even heard of. The great hope we represent to the peoples of every other nation. As I say, this war began for me when I first arrived in Spain, and I have been living and breathing this war personally and professionally ever since. It's funny when I think of it. I was a pacifist back in 1937, yet I went to the war in Spain, and I've never been quite the same since. I learned there a lot of things from those soldiers who fought for 33 long months, without airplanes, without artillery, without uniforms, most of them, against all the modern electrically fired batteries and bombers and machine guns of the Germans and the Italians. I was working for the Daily Express of London at that time. I used to visit the front-line trenches almost every day when a battle was going on, and every time I did, those ragged troops used to ask me, when is England going to help us? I knew, of course, that nobody was going to help them then. Sometimes I used to avoid the issue by saying, I'm not an Englishman, I'm just an American working for an English paper. Then those Spaniards would say, but when is America going to help us? America's a great democracy, too. Doesn't America realize we're fighting the war for America because we want to be like America? There used to be a lot of talk about the part the Russians played in Spain. Russia was an ally of the Republic, just as Germany and Italy were the allies of the Spanish fascists. That made the Spanish Republicans Reds, though for some reason it never made the Spanish fascists fascists. By the same token, we Americans would be Reds today, merely because Russia is our ally. The Spanish Republicans were not Russians. They were merely Spaniards fighting for their national freedom. They admired Russia for helping them, just as we admire Russia for the fight she is putting up against our common enemies today. But those Spaniards admired America more than they ever admired Russia, and they admired us even when we did not help them, and that's a greater tribute. All of my Spanish friends, no matter what they called themselves politically, were so full of admiration for America that I began to admire us too. I never really appreciated America until I went to Spain. I never realized what the word America meant to most Europeans. Since then, I have lived in France, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece. And everywhere it was the same. America. Not Russia, not Germany, not any other country. America was the hope of the world. I remember a certain day in Budapest, Hungary, a country which is now one of our enemies. The day was November 4th, 1940. Mr. Roosevelt had just been reelected President of the United States. The people in Budapest were probably more excited about the outcome of the election than most of us back home. It was embarrassing for me. Everywhere I went, in the cafes where I was known, not by name, of course, merely as an American correspondent, the people literally cheered and applauded me because I was an American. Some of them even had the daring to call out, "Long live America, long live Roosevelt." What I'm not trying to emphasize is not that Mr. Roosevelt defeated Mr. Wilkie. That's not important, and anyway, I admire Mr. Wilkie just as much as the President does himself. What I'm trying to emphasize is that in Nazi-dominated Budapest, despite the censored press that painted Mr. Roosevelt as an ogre, despite the spies of the Gestapo and the police, the people dared to cheer America because they felt that only America could save them. I shall never forget another day in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, a country which is one of our loyalist allies in this war. That day was March 27th, 1941. The fascist government of Premier Cvetkovic, the man who would have sold Yugoslavia to Hitler, had just been overthrown. General Simovic, the present prime minister, had just led a successful coup d'etat and installed King Peter on the throne. The people were overcome with joy. For weeks they had been wearing the Union Jack and the stars and stripes in their lapels and playing Tipperary against the laws of their government and in the faces of the German tourists. There was a patriotic demonstration that day, but beside the Yugoslav flag, those patriots voluntarily and without asking anyone's permission raised the English flag on one side and the American flag on the other. This later proved somewhat embarrassing to the State Department, but the important fact is this. The Yugoslavs, as they consciously and willingly committed national suicide, went down waving the American flag with their own. In Greece, I was wounded by a Nazi bomber. For 4.5 months, I was cared for in a hospital in Athens. The Greek doctors and nurses treated me better than they treated any of the wounded Greeks, merely because I was an American. Some days, I only had a single potato to eat. The people were starving. But if I had one potato to eat, that was 1/2 of a potato more than the others had. Before I left Athens, the Greek doctor who had been treating me said, "Don't forget to tell them back in America about us. We're still your allies, and we need your help." That was last September. My Greek doctor was referring to us as his allies, and we had not even entered the war. There you have America's responsibility. Unconsciously or not, we have been an example and a hope for the rest of the world. That is what Pearl Harbor means to me. That is what Pearl Harbor means to all Americans, all who have been in Europe, and to all Europeans. Pearl Harbor means that America has entered the war and will win the war, and that America will mold the future of the world. We have sustained several great defeats since then, defeats such as we had never sustained before. But they will be amply repaid as soon as our army and our war production grows. But meanwhile, these defeats should give us calm. Isolationists, though many of us were, we were also cocky. The mistakes the English made and the defeats they sustained could never happen to us, we thought. Now we know that they can. Now we know that anything can happen. The Germans and the Japanese have broken every established military cannon. They smashed through the impregnable Maginot Line. They broke through the impassable mountains of Greece and Yugoslavia. And they invaded Crete without a navy because they had an air force. So the Japs have broken all the rules. They have extended their lines of communication without regard for safety. They have shown us that anything and everything is possible, and that should give us confidence. For we have everything the Japanese and the Germans have, and more. We have ourselves in the first place, and secondly, we have all the rest of the world on our side, waiting for the day when they can welcome our troops, waiting for the day when, with our help, they can at last do what they've always wanted to do, make their own American revolutions.
From Fort George and Meade, Maryland, the War Department and the Columbia Network have broadcast another talk to American soldiers everywhere, designed to tell them why and who we are fighting. Lee White, Columbia's correspondent injured in Greece, was today's speaker. Next week, William L. Shire will be heard from Fort Belvoir. He will speak on the subject, Your Enemies, the Fascists. Gunner Back speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, that'll just about wrap things up for today. Certainly hope you enjoyed the programs. If you'd like to contact us for more information on how to purchase the programs, give us a request for upcoming programs, or just any kind of comments you'd like whatsoever, you may do so by going to our website at otrsite.com, or you may email us at jerry@otrsite.com, or you may call area code 562-696-4387. We'd certainly love to hear from you. And this is Jerry Hendiga saying thanks a lot for listening. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you right here next week, same time, same station. Bye now.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Oregon Trail. El Silver! Hoy!
The pioneer trail to Oregon was a dangerous trail. Whoever rode it faced miles of lonely country, where marauding bands of Indians swept down from the barren hills, where bad men and buzzards waited to attack the weary traveler. Along the wagon tracks, the broken remains of burnt wheels and the tattered canvas that once covered prairie schooners were mute evidence, a constant warning to all who passed. Beware. Keep your eyes sharp and your guns loaded. There's danger on the Oregon Trail. But danger was the farthest thing from the mind of Randy Davis as he and his family prepared to start for the west.
Everything's packed. We're all ready to hit the trail. Climb aboard, Marthy. Climb up, Deborah. We're starting off for Oregon.
Land sakes, Randy, I forgot the spinning wheel. Come along, Deborah.
Yes, Mother.
Look spry there. I want to get going before the dew's off the grass.
It'll only be a minute.
So you're bound determined to go, eh, Davis?
Bound and determined, Silly.
Mighty risky taking the Oregon Trail by your lonesome. Why don't you wait until you can join up with the wagon train?
Shucks, I've been sitting for months now. I'm tired of waiting. If I wait any longer, I won't never get to Oregon. Besides, I got a good wagon and good horses. I can make good time. Maybe I'll meet up with the wagon train along the way. There's bound to be some of them where our trail joins the one heading out of St. Joe.
What about Indians and outlaws?
Oh, Indians and outlaws. I'm a good hand with a rifle. I can handle trouble. City, what makes you so all-fired fearful, Freddy?
Well,
what?
Some news just come over the telegraph, Davis. Lance Kennard shot his way out of a posse. When last seen, he was riding by his horse northwest from Long Meadow using a whip and spur.
Lance Kennard.
Fastest, meanest outlaw in the West. Handles his guns like chain lightning.
Yes. But if Kennard's heading northwest from Long Meadow, that means he ought to hit the Oregon Trail.
His middle name is Trouble, Davis.
He's an ornery coyote.
Sure, but slick as a fox. Got more than 20 killings to his credit. He's cold and cruel.
Randy. Got the stack of wood you'd already carted. I guess we're all excited, aren't we, Pa?
Well, Davis.
Put the wheel in the wagon, Deborah.
Yes, ma'am.
And sakes alive, what's troubling you two men? Randy, you're staring at Mr. Sutter like the two of you was playing poker.
Better think it over, Davis.
Think what over? Randy Davis, what is it? Is something wrong?
Well, City, thanks for the advice, but I don't think I'll take it. It ain't one chance in 1,000 I'd ever meet up with that hombre.
Meet up with who?
Never mind, Martha. Come on, up you come.
And about time, too.
Give me your hand, Debbie.
I can get up by myself, Pa.
Well, I reckon this is it.
Adios, Davis. I wish you clear skies and plenty of water along the way.
Adios to you. When you get to Oregon, look us up.
I'm not loco. I'm staying here.
Well, we ain't. We're heading west. We ain't going to stop till we get to Oregon. Goodbye. Bye, everybody. Here we go. Get up there. Get along, horses. Get up there.
The Oregon Trail. Mile after mile of lonely prairie where the rolling wheels had beaten out the track of the pioneers, where some reached their goal and others stopped along the way, died along the way. The Oregon Trail. It was night. Under the distant stars, two men were crouched beside a small fire. They heard the drumming of approaching hoofs.
No, steady there.
Howdy, mister.
Howdy.
Been riding a long ways? Did you come from Long Meadow?
Maybe I have.
Won't you get off your horse and come to the fire? There's a chill in the night air.
I don't notice it.
Well, there is. Hop down. We'll give you a couple of strips of bacon and some coffee. Aren't you hungry?
I always like to look over men before I move to join them.
You can see us clear. But your face is in the shadow. How about coming closer so we can tell what you look like?
Don't mind if I do. Now. How's this?
Yeah, now I can see you good. This gent with me is named Wellman. I don't know him from a hole in the ground. Just met up with him myself.
Wellman?
Howdy.
Pleasure.
My name is Graham. Been arranging out this way for Wolf. I'm a bounty hunter. Get paid for shooting the ornery critters so they won't...
Never mind all the talk. You said bounty hunter. That's enough.
Yeah. Well, anyway, my name's Graham. What's yours? I said...
I heard you. My handle is Kennard.
Kennard?
Yeah. Kennard. First name, Lance. Lance Kennard.
Well, glad you told me. Had to drag your name out of you like pulling the steer out of quicksand. Lance Kennard, huh? Glad to meet you, Mr. Kennard. Kennard? Well, you're a gunman. I seen posters up for you all over the West. You're a killer.
You asked what?
Oh, you were too fast. Didn't give me a...
Dumb little maverick trying to stand up against me.
You sure smoked him down, Lance.
I always do. Now speak up, Wellman. How come you were teamed up with this hombre? I told you to wait for me alone.
Oh, don't get your dander up, Lance. Could I help it if the kid come along while I was waiting for you? I couldn't tell him to vamoose, could I?
No.
No, not him. He was too all-fired friendly. And I couldn't leave myself, could I? You told me to wait right here for you. Right here, and that's what I done. Yeah, got away from the posse, huh?
Sure I did.
Gave him the slip?
Sure I did. They'll never find me. There's only one thing I'm a mite concerned about.
Yeah? What's that?
I saw a couple of riders coming toward me and didn't want them to notice me, so I pulled off the trail. They was heading for Long Meadows. I might have carried word to the posse.
You're a real smart hombre, Lance. Real smart.
Oh, I don't know.
Them two riders, why should they trouble you?
I don't know. Just something about them. It was pretty far away. One riding a paint horse and the other...
Yeah?
A white horse. The biggest white horse I ever saw.
Shucks, forget it, Lance. It ain't like you to be worried about anything.
Well, I'm not worried, Wellman. But still and all, I don't aim to wait around here. What I figure on doing is heading out along the Oregon Trail. We'll meet up with some pioneers, travel along with them, see?
That's all right, so long as they don't know who you are.
They won't. Just be sure you call me Lance, and that's all.
I'll watch my tongue.
You'd better. Saddle up your horse.
Hours later, the eastern sky paled. The sun came up. In the dawn, a coyote lifted his nose and howled. And drifting down from the sky, black wings against the gray, were the buzzards. Buzzards, scavengers of the air. With the first faint glimmering of dawn, their sharp eyes had seen the sprawled figure lying motionless beside the dead embers of the fire. Now they wheeled in great arcs closer and closer. Soon they would settle to earth. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, mounted on their great horses, saw them in the sky.
Buzzards, Tonto.
Oh, that's right. Kimasabi, what's that?
That's what they're after. That man sprawled beside that fire. Come on, Silver.
Get up, Scout.
The horsemen galloped across the plains. The buzzards wheeled, their wings lifting them higher as they flew away from the lonely fire, and the man sprawled on the ground.
Steady, boys.
Fire cold.
Here's the man's gun, Tonto. He dropped it.
Man not move, Kimasabi.
Lying on his face, his clothes covered with dew. That means he was shot last night. Easy, Tonto. We'll roll him over. Easy. Easy does it.
Him plenty young.
One bullet. Tonto, is he?
Me not sure. Me try to find pulse.
He looks as if he...
Kimasabi, this fella not dead. Bullet hit him plenty hard, but him still alive.
Alive?
You feel pulse.
Well, I don't feel... Yes, Tonto. It's very weak, but it's there. He is alive. But can we keep him that way?
We get blankets, cover him up, keep him warm. If we work plenty hard, maybe fellow him live.
How long has it been?
We found you yesterday morning, Graham. You've been unconscious for a day and a half.
You know my name.
Your name was on your gun belt.
I tried to shoot it out with him. He was too fast on the trigger. What about Wellman? Did he get Wellman?
Wellman?
Yeah, a fellow I met. We were camping here.
You were alone when we found you.
Here. Here, you drink this.
Howdy, Injun.
You drink.
Thanks. Hey, I never thanked you for saving my life.
That all right.
An Injun, a masked man.
I wondered when you were going to mention that.
Oh, I noticed it. A couple of days ago, I'd reached for my guns pronto. But after what happened the night before last, I'm getting smarter. I'm judging a man by how he acts, not how he looks. The man who shot me looked like a nice fella.
Graham, Tonto and I headed from Long Meadow. We heard that a posse was out.
Hey, am I loco?
You not move.
Oh, reckon I can't, Injun. Not yet. But, mister, the hombre who shot me was Lance Kennard.
What? You're certain?
Certain, sure. He told me his name before he shot me.
He's the man the posse was after. They lost the trail. We just happened to head this way.
The worst doggone gunfighter in the West.
Graham, which way did he go?
His bullet knocked me flat, mister, and I couldn't move, but I wasn't unconscious till later. Yeah, it comes back to me now. Wellman wasn't just anybody. Him and Kennard arranged this meeting here. I just moseyed in without knowing.
Which way did they go?
I heard them talking. They struck out that way.
Northwest. That way along Oregon Trail.
Yeah, Injun. They said they'd find some wagon train or maybe just a single wagon. Nobody would know who they were. They just joined up and head west.
Oh, that bad. Kennard, him plenty bad like Loco Wolf. Him make plenty trouble.
Tonto, if we leave our food and some blankets here, can Graham make out all right?
Him be all right.
Gonna leave me. You going after that skunk?
Somebody's got to, Graham.
Well, let me go with you. I'd like another crack at that.
No. You can see you're too weak to travel. You stay here, Graham.
But I'm all right.
Stay here. You've got to get your strength back.
I reckon you're right, mister. But you're taking an awful chance. Kennard is just plain poison. He wears 2 guns and he's faster than lightning.
Stay here and take care of yourself. One or both of us will be back for you. Ready, Tonto?
Here, Scout.
Here, Silver. Steady, Adios, Graham.
Adios.
Adios. Adios to you. And watch yourself.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
There they go. Two of them. Against Kennard and Wellman. I reckon they can handle Wellman. But Kennard, I don't know. I wonder if I'm sending them to their death.
Oh, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now back to our story. The Ranger and Tonto headed northwest toward the Oregon Trail in search of Lance Kennard and Wellman. They moved slowly. The trail was hard to follow. And in the meantime, Kennard and Wellman had pressed their horses hard. As they drew rein on a ridge, they saw a single wagon on the winding trail below them.
One wagon, Wellman.
Yeah.
Man and two women. I reckon there's nobody who knows what I look like.
Most of them that did know are dead, Kennard.
Don't call me Kennard.
I mean Lance.
That's better. We'll head down the slope and bid 'em howdy. Take your hands off your guns, you idiot. You want them to get suspicious right at once? Howdy.
Oh, howdy, Chance. We're glad to have company. Heading west?
I reckon we are. You likewise?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we're heading for Oregon.
My name's Davis, Randy Davis. This is my wife, Martha. My daughter, Deborah.
Yeah, howdy, folks.
Glad to know you.
I don't think I caught your names.
We didn't mention him. My name's Wellman, Mr. Davis. My partner here, his name's Lance.
Traveling all alone, huh, Mr. Davis?
Shucks, there's nothing to worry about.
No, reckon not. If the fellow's reasonably smart. Say, you don't mind if Wellman and me keep you company a while. We're heading west, too, make it more pleasant all around.
Oh, my, isn't that just Jim Dandy? Why, you were just saying that with us having a whole chest full of gold coin, a couple more men along to help guard it. Oh, I went and said it, didn't I?
Yes, you did, Deborah. Well, I reckon there's no way to put a lock on a young girl's tongue, is there?
Gold, did she say? Gold coins?
Well, yes. I figure on buying a business when we get to Oregon.
Don't you worry one bit, Mr. Davis. Matter of fact, it's mighty fortunate for you that we happen along. Isn't it, Wellman?
Why, it sure is. Don't you see, Mrs. Davis? Now there's two of us beside your husband to make sure nobody steals your gold.
Yeah, Wellman's right. And as you can see, Mr. Davis, we're both wearing guns. And if anything goes wrong, we can use them.
Yes, I see. I hope guns won't ever be needed. Get along there, horses. Get up.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fellow, this is it. The Oregon Trail.
It take us a long time to get here.
The tracks were faint. We had to make sure.
It dark. Me not see sign of campfire.
Graham said they'd be heading west. That's the way I'm going.
What's that? You not go alone.
Yes, Tonto.
I'll Tonto go with you.
No, Kimosabe. I allowed you to come this far because I needed you to pick up the trail in case I lost it. But Graham needs your care, Tonto. I want you to go back to him and make sure he's well.
You go alone. What happened? You meet up with Kennard and Wellman, huh?
I intend to meet them.
But that two against one. Kennard, him plenty bad.
I'll have to take my chances, Tonto. But Graham needs help. Besides, Silver's faster than Scout. I'll have to let him run his best.
And why you do that?
Because Kennard and Wellman must be far ahead of me. No telling what may happen.
Oh, Tonto not like to leave you alone, Kemosabe.
You must, old friend.
Me go. Maybe find posse. Then there be someone to care for Graham. Then Tonto come back to you, Kemosabe.
We're partners, Tonto. Adios.
Aye. And good fortune ride with you. Get him up, Scout.
Adios, Kemosabe. Easy, Silver. All right, big fella, let's go. Ho, Silver! Away!
Tonto headed back toward the wounded man. But the Lone Ranger galloped ever westward through the night, the great stallion thundering along the packed ground where the rolling wheels of the pioneers had pounded down the grassland, making a trail across the trackless country. The Oregon Trail.
I'll be right back, Ma. Oh, it rained all day the night I left. The weather was so dry.
Randy, what on earth did you send Deborah to get water for? The water barrel's full already.
It'll take her a few minutes to get back, Martha. I wasn't an excuse to talk to you alone.
Randy, what on earth do you mean?
Those two gents have been riding with us.
Lance and Wellman? Well, what about them?
Martha, I'm praying we meet up with a wagon train before something happens.
I don't understand.
If we meet a wagon train, there'll be lots of folks. They still won't dare do anything.
Do what?
We got a chest full of gold in the wagon.
Land sakes, Randy Davis. Is that what's troubling you? Why, if they'd wanted the gold, they'd have done something long ago. They've been with us 2 whole days.
Yes, and I didn't sleep a wink last night knowing they were around.
Then order 'em away.
I'm afraid to.
Oh, I declare, you must be plumb loco. They seem like good enough folk.
Martha, do you recollect before we started out, you and Deborah went back for the spinning wheel?
Yes?
When you come back, I've been talking to Lem Sutter.
Yes.
Remember you asked me if anything was wrong?
Why, yes, but
Martha, Lem Sutter runs a telegraph office. He just finished telling me that a gunman had escaped from a posse near Long Meadow. This gunman had headed northwest toward the Oregon Trail. His name was Lance Kennard.
Randy, you mean...
This fella calls himself Lance. He might not be using his last name. I think it's him. And I think he's been playing cat and mouse with his just weakness, Chet.
Oh.
You're right, Davis.
You was in the wagon all the time. You heard me.
Every word. You're dead right. I am Kennard. I'm taking that gold right now. And seeing as it's too heavy to take on horseback, I'm also taking your wagon. You and your wife and daughter will be tied up and left here.
Where you...
Oh, Randy!
I just skinned your knuckles that time, Davis. Try it again and I'll aim different. Now, unless you look forward to making a widow out of your wife, why, just lift your hands while I collect your gun. That's fine and dandy. Hey, what in thunder?
It's Deborah!
Please! What's the matter with you, Wellman? I told you to take care of the girl. Where'd you get that horse?
I couldn't help it, Lance. Honest, I couldn't. She must have been watching from the cottonwoods near the water hole. When she heard the shot, she must have seen plenty and guessed the rest. That's where the horses are. Before I got to her, she was gone.
Oh, you loco, get another horse and take after her.
She took the fastest one.
Oh, I see.
That settles your hands, Kennard. Deborah's heading east. She'll bring help.
Yeah. She's got no food, no water. She can ride for days without running into anyone. No, Davis. If anyone's licked, it's her. And you. Tie him up, Wellman. I want to get my hands on that gold.
Oh, Silver, steady, boys, steady.
Deborah, it's you. You come back.
Who's that masked man? More doggone outlaws roaming the Oregon Trail. I wasn't tied up like a turkey.
Here, I'll untie you, Davis.
Paul, I met this man on the trail. He's going after Kennard and Wellman.
They tied us up. They took the wagon and all the money we got in the world.
Let me untie these ropes. Oh.
There you are, Davis. You're free now.
Yes, thanks. I don't savvy this. You're wearing a mask. Yet you brought Debbie back here and set us free, and now you're going after Kennard.
Yes. How long ago did he leave?
It must be all of 3 hours.
Mrs. Davis, sometime soon a posse ought to come along this way, heading from Long Meadow. There'll be an Indian with them, an Indian named Tonto. Tell him I've gone ahead.
Indian named Tonto?
But you can't tangle those two alone. They're sudden death. Kennard's the worst gunman in the West.
Thanks, but I'll take my chances.
Then I'm going with you.
Suit yourself, Davis, but
Not nothing. Horses got his wind back now. I'm going with you.
Very well. Into the saddle, then. Here, Silver.
Steady.
Gather your range. We're going to cover ground. Come on, Silver.
Get up there, Bruce.
An Indian named Tonto. And that man called the white horse Silver.
Ma, he's a brave man, isn't he?
Yes, Deborah.
Even if he is an outlaw, he's a brave man. But
Pa hasn't got any guns. That masked man's the only one that's armed. He hasn't got a chance, not against Kennard. Deborah, that man's no outlaw. He's the Lone Ranger.
It was hours later. In spite of the great distance he had covered, Silver was still fresh and tireless. It was Davis' horse that was worn out. Because of this, the two men had to travel slower. Meanwhile, the posse had found Graham. 2 men were left to care for him, and the posse passed onward. Tonto met them a short distance from the Oregon Trail and led them back, so that when Randy Davis looked back over the top of the ridge, he saw the posse coming.
Look back. Here comes the posse.
There ahead of us, Davis, is your wagon. I want you to wait here for the posse. I'm going after those men alone.
Sure, we'll wait for... What's that? You're going alone?
Yes.
Mister, you're loco. The posse will clean them out in no time.
Davis, listen to me.
Oh, there.
The posse attacks. Kennard and Wellman will shoot it out. It's open country, and a lot of honest men will be killed before the outlaws are caught. I go in alone. They'll let me get close before they open fire.
Maybe so. But when they do start shooting at you, finish.
I've been against odds before. You tell the posse to wait here until it's over. Come on, Silver.
Whoever he is, he sure got nerve. I wouldn't take that chance, not for $1 million. Hold on. Rein up. Hold on, fellas.
Who's that hombre that just rode away? That masked friend. Him go after back men alone.
Listen, Injun, that was the way he wanted it. He said there'd be less shooting if he took care of himself.
Look, them stop wagon. Them see him. Come.
Who is that hombre? He gives me the willies. He's got his hands at his sides and he's walking his horse.
Yeah, I see him.
Should I shoot? Pick him off?
No, never mind the rifle. Let him come. He's alone. All right, mister, that's close enough. I said that's enough. Stand there.
Kennard, you might as well give up right now.
Nobody takes Lance Kennard. Nobody.
Ready, big fella. No?
Look at his eyes behind that mask.
Drop that gun, Wellman. Drop it.
Don't come any closer, mister. I'm warning you.
Kennard, you're a gunfighter. You're a bully and a coward. I'm calling you, Kennard.
Nobody can talk to me like that.
I'm talking to you like that. I'm calling you, Kennard. Reach for your guns.
I'll kill you.
Reach for your guns.
You can't bluff me. All right, I will draw. Oh, my hand.
The only thing that's hurt is your pride. What about you, Wellman?
No. I got my hands up high, mister. You shot the gun right out of Lance's fist. I'm coming peaceable.
All right, Wellman. Hi! Come and get them!
Mister, I never seen anything like it. You sure made Kennard eat humble pie.
Sutter, you'll see if they get to jail.
I sure will, mister. Sling a rope around those hombres, boy. All right. Kimasabi, Posse leave men to take care of Graham. Him get better.
Good. And our work here is done, Tonto. It's time for us to travel. Steady, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver.
Who was that masked gent? He beat me the draw. Nobody ever did that before.
He sure did, Kennard. He shoved your reputation right down your throat. Captured the two of you single-handed.
Well, who was he?
You might as well know now as later, Kennard. That masked man who faced you down was the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah. There's nobody in the West can stand up against him, Kennard. Not even you.
Well, doggone my hide. It looks like we'll get to Oregon after all.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Soldiers, sailors, Marines, sound off. Hiya, gang. If you're hep to the slang, slide under and cut a hunk of jam before we have to scram. This is Bouncin' Bill Goodwin, all set to sound off with your favorite 4-tune parade. The swing sugar you selected by vote and ballot. Your picks were great, so we've got a date. Special Service, Los Angeles, USA, has the Fancy 4 ready to roar. So let's bite into the swing and start this thing. Number 4, You'll Yell for More. It broke records for popularity here at home and gained a record vote from the gang in Algeria. As sentimental as a rookie on a one-day furlough. The tune, This Love of Mine. Tommy Dorsey's band with Frank Sinatra singing his own composition.
This love of mine goes on and on, though life is empty since you have gone. You're always on my mind, though out of sight. It's lonesome through the day, and I cry my heart out. It's bound to break, since nothing matters. Let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of this love of mine? I cry my heart out. It's bound to break, since nothing matters. So let it break. I ask the sun and the moon, the stars that shine, what's to become of this love of mine, this love of mine goes on.
Ah, yes, my torch is burning low. Stuff like that gets me. Well, let's wheel into the number 2 ditty that's burning up the air lanes with velvet vibrato. One of those Johnny Mercer hits that gives the cats fits. The crew over in Iran swear by this tune, So we'll brush it up and turn on the honey. Hit the road to dreamland. Lovely Dinah Shore chirps the rhymes. Hit the road, Dinah.
Bye-bye, baby. Time to hit the road to dreamland. You're my baby. Take you in the land of night. Hold tight, baby. We'll be swinging up in dreamland all night, baby, where the little cherubs try. Look at that knocked-out moon, been a-blowing its top in the blue. Never saw the likes of you. What an angel, Christmas, baby. Time to hit the road to dreamland. Don't cry, baby. It was divine, but the rooster has finally crowed. Time to hit the road. Time to hit the road. Time to hit the road. Time to hit the road.
A shorty but a goodie. I don't blame you for selecting music like that for your tune parade. Attention, gang, the bell just rang. Here's your sound-off special for today's clam bake. Reaching down in the cellar, we came upon a spinner that's a sure winner. One of those tricky Fats Waller creations that tells its story, Morning Glory. The title, Your Feet's Too Big. Fats Waller at the Lester. What's the matter, Fats?
Who's that walking around here?
It was just old Bill, Fats. I'm listening.
Mercy. Like baby patter. Baby elephant patter, that's what I called it. Say, up in Harlem, at a table for two, there were four of us, me, your big feet, and you. From your ankle up, I'll say you sure are sweet. From that down, there's just too much feet. Yes, your feet's too big. Don't want you 'cause your feet's too big. Can't use you 'cause your feet's too big. I really hate you 'cause your feet's too big. Yeah. Where'd you get 'em? Your girl, she likes you. She thinks you're nice. Got what it takes to be in paradise. She said she likes your face, she likes your rig. Man, oh man, them things are too big. Oh, your feet's too big. Don't want you 'cause your feet's too big. Mad at you 'cause your feet's too big. I hate you 'cause your feet's too big. Gun boats. Shift. All your pedal extremities are colossal. To me, you look just like a fossil. Got me walking, talking, and squawking, 'cause your feet too big, yeah. Come on and walk that thing. Oh, I never heard of such walking. Mercy. Your pedal extremities really are obnoxious. One never knows who one.
No, one never knows this one. And now we shoot for the moon to your number one tune. Skyrocketed into first place today, as it was years ago, is that ever-popular melody that has again swept the nation cleaner than the dealer in a blackjack game. Fairly adored in Newfoundland, we proudly present our ace in the hole. Yep, it's As Time Goes By. And this time, Freddie Slack's band with Margaret Whiting taking the lyrics.
You must remember this. A kiss is just a kiss. A sigh is just a sigh. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. And when two lovers woo, they still say, I love you. I'm glad you can rely. No matter what the future brings, as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs, never out of date. Art full of passion, jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, and man must have his mate. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by. Jealousy and hate. Woman needs man, and man must have his mate. That no one can deny. It's still the same old story, a fight for love and glory, a case of do or die. The world will always welcome lovers. Let's prove it to them, you and I, as time goes by.
And there went your favorite four, gang. Now, don't forget, pick out your pet tune today. Vote for it. Campaign for it. Then send all ballots to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Are you ready, Teddy? Then we meet again. This is Bouncin' Bill Goodwin reminding you that Sound Off is presented for you fighting men of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
dark fantasy. The edge of the shadow.
Cow's bedded down for the night.
Yeah. Oh, Hank, come over here a minute, would you?
Sure. Something wrong?
Yeah. Cow here seems to have hurt herself. It's like a barbed wire cut.
Let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. Does look like barbed wire.
There's no barbed wire where this animal's been.
Only wire like that on your property, Mr. Fuller, is over south the road.
Yeah, that's right. This animal hasn't been in the south pastures for months. She's one of the animals I'm keeping up near the barn, grooming for the stock show next month.
Yeah, I know she is.
You haven't let her get out accidentally, have you, Hank?
Me? Why, no, Mr. Fuller.
You sure, Hank?
Yes, sir. You said you wanted all animals you brought in off the range kept inside the wooden fences. You're the boss. I wouldn't let any of them near any barbed wire.
It's mighty funny. Can't figure out no other way she could have hurt her leg like that.
Me neither. They're pretty bad, too. Deep.
Yeah, it is. I'll never be able to show her with a leg like this.
Sure too bad, Mr. Fuller. She's a nice animal, too.
Yeah, one of the best. I was counting on her boosting my score at the show.
Say, you don't suppose McCard could have done it, do you?
McCard?
Sure. He's pretty hard hit for good show animals this year. Had to sell off quite a few to pay his mortgage and meet the taxes.
I know, but McHarg's always been a good friend of mine. He wouldn't do a thing like that.
Well, he might. He thought it might help him at the stock show. Needs that prize money pretty bad.
But McHarg's a stock raiser from way back. He couldn't hurt a prize animal if he had to.
Funny thing, what some men will do for money, Mr. Fuller.
Look, Hank, I won't have you talking like that.
Well, I was just saying that...
McHarg's a good friend of mine. I've done him several favors lately. He wouldn't repay me by injuring one of my animals.
Well, all I know is she couldn't have cut her leg like that around the corral. Looks to me like it was done purposely. Here, better clean out that cut and wrap it up.
Yeah. Fetch me that disinfectant, some of those clean rags from the chest, Hank.
Sure. Here's some right over here.
In the stall?
Yeah, here on this shelf.
What are they doing here?
I don't know.
This bottle's always kept in the chest at the end of the barn. Marsh, have you been treating this animal?
No, I didn't know she was hurt till you told me.
Some other animal, then?
No, of course not. Didn't you inspect them all tonight?
Yeah, I did. This is the only cow that's hurt. But what's this disinfectant and these clean rags doing here?
Well, I just don't know, Mr. Fuller.
I put that bottle away myself last week. I treated a horse. I haven't used it since.
I haven't used it more than a month, I guess.
Somebody did injure this animal, then tried to treat it here in its stall. He must have been frightened away before he could use the medicine.
But who'd purposely cut its leg and then try to treat it?
I don't know.
No, neither did I.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
What's this? Look here.
What? It's a short length of barbed wire.
With blood on it.
By Ned, you're right.
It was hidden under the straw. I just happened to pick it up with my foot.
Must have been in that last load of straw we brought in. She must have laid down on it and cut her leg.
Not that deep. Hank, there's been dirty work around here. Here, hold these rags. Fix up this leg.
Yeah, sure.
Now, easy now, girl. Yeah, just take it easy. Better stand back, Hank. She's liable to get a little excited when... Hank. What's the idea?
Don't move, Mr. Fuller.
That gun. Put it away, Hank.
Not on your life. Lucky for me, your foot didn't kick it up from the straw, too.
You did this.
I don't deny it. Yes, I injured the animal. I hid the barbed wire beneath the straw in this gun, too, to make it handy.
Hank.
And I put the disinfectant here in the stall, so you'd work on the cut. And I'd have you right here where I want you.
Hank, why?
Why? Why? You mean you don't know?
I certainly don't.
Because you won't give Martha what she wants.
Martha?
Your wife, Mrs. Fuller.
Well, give her what she wants.
Divorce. Divorce? Now, stop your pretending.
Why, she's never asked me for a divorce.
She has a dozen times.
What makes you think so?
She told me. Told you. I told you to stop pretending. You know she wants to marry me.
What?
Don't act so amazed.
I am amazed. I'm glad to know about this.
You've known about it for a long time.
But I assure you that I haven't.
It's no good acting that way, Mr. Fuller. You've had a lot of fun, haven't you? Letting me go on like this, working for you for peanuts, calling you mister, doing all your dirty work around the farm.
You've been well paid. I've never asked you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself.
Well, I'm putting an end to all of it right now.
Hank, give me that gun.
Not on your life.
You can't shoot me in cold blood. They'll get you.
Not me. They'll never know.
When they find me with a bullet in me, Hank...
They'll never find a bullet in you. They'll never bother to look for one. Don't you remember this cow? Take a good look at her. You remember last fall when McCard's shotgun accidentally went off near her? How she almost trampled him to death?
Hank, no.
One shot, fella, through your heart. By the time that animal's hoofs have done their work...
No, Marsh, no.
They'll never recognize you when they pull you out of her stall.
You can't do that.
They'll never bother to look for a bullet.
Listen to me, Hank.
They'll think your gun went off accidentally, and the animal trampled you to death.
Give me that gun, Hank.
And the farm will be Martha's and mine.
Give it to me, Hank.
Keep back.
Give it to me.
Keep back, I say.
Take this.
Oh! Help me! My eyes. You blinded me.
Take it easy, you yellow pup. Your eyes will be all right.
Water. Water, get me some water. My eyes are stinging.
They'll be all right. Come on with me.
I can't see.
Here, this way.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to take you to the well and bathe your eyes.
You're not going to kill me.
Careful. Here's the barn door.
I didn't know what I was doing, Mr. Fuller.
Easy now.
I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't want to kill you.
You only missed killing me by a hair's breadth.
Oh, I was out of my head. Oh, my eyes.
We'll talk about that later.
Where are we? Where are you taking me?
Over to the well.
Mr. Fuller, what in the name of heaven are you going to do to me?
I'm going to wash out your eyes. Come on now.
Yes. Water.
Easy now. No, don't rub them. Keep your hands away from your filthy face.
But I can't stand this pain.
You'll be all right in a minute.
I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't stand it.
Marsh.
Let go of me. You're taking me off to leave me someplace to die.
Stop it. Stop it.
Now you're trying to kill me.
No, I'm not trying to kill you.
You are. I know you are.
Don't be a fool.
I'm blind. Sure. This is your chance. Chance to get rid of me. Well, you're not going to do it.
Hank, for the love of heaven, listen to me.
No!
I'm only taking you to the well.
Throw me in, huh? You want to throw me in?
I want to wash out those eyes.
No. You don't care about me. All you want is a chance to do away with me.
No, you rat. I'm only trying to help you.
Let go my arm. Let go my arm.
No, you're staying with me.
I won't do it. I won't be led like an animal to the slaughter. Let go of me.
Stop it.
Let go of my arm.
We're almost to the well now.
Oh. My eyes.
Water will fix them up.
I'm not going near that well.
That disinfectant will burn those eye tissues if you don't get it washed out of them.
I won't. You're going to throw me in. I won't go near that well.
Hank.
I won't go near it. I won't go near it. No.
Now.
Oh.
Get up on your feet. Come over to the well and get your eyes washed out.
Oh.
Now keep your head.
Oh, my eyes.
Here now. You bend over this water trough. Come on, bend lower.
Mr. Fuller.
Come on now. Get plenty of this cold water into your eyes. That's like it.
Oh.
A little more. Here, use this cloth. Soak it with water.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Lucky that was just a mild disinfectant. Won't bother you any. I'll put that up to your eyes. That's it. Now, you open your eyes?
I don't know.
Well, try.
Yeah.
Feel better?
Uh-huh. Burning's easing up.
Yeah, let's see him. Yeah. It just inflamed a little. That'll be all right. Now go into the house and bathe him in warm water now.
You didn't have to help me.
Skip it. Come on.
Wait a minute. What's that noise?
The New York plane.
What's she so low for?
I don't know. She's too low.
What's wrong with her?
Good Lord. She's on fire.
On fire?
Yes. A mass of flames.
Mother!
Falling.
Stephen.
Falling.
Stephen.
Falling.
Wake up.
Falling. She exploded in midair and now she's falling.
Stephen.
Martha.
Heavens, Stephen, you've been having a nightmare.
I'm going to sleep.
You're screaming at the top of your lungs about something falling.
The plane.
Plane?
The night plane to New York.
What about it?
She was low. Too low. She was in flames. Exploded in midair.
Oh, you were dreaming. The plane did go over just as you began to scream in your sleep.
Oh, let's see the clock. Yes. She goes over at the same time each night.
And she was extra low tonight. The motors were awfully loud. Close.
Yes.
But there was no explosion.
A dream. It's so real.
Oh, you better go back to sleep, dear.
But that wasn't all of the dream.
Oh, you can tell me all about it in the morning,
Oh,
dear.
that wasn't all.
Stephen, where are you going?
To Hank's room.
Why?
No, where's that other slipper? Here.
Stephen, what's wrong, dear?
That's what I want to know.
Stephen?
Hank. Hank, open up. Hank. He's not in here. The bed's not slept in.
Stephen, what in the world's wrong with you?
Hank's gone.
Gone? Why, he hasn't been in his bed.
No. Did he tell you he was going anyplace?
No.
That dream. It couldn't be true.
Was it about him?
Yeah. About him. We were together in the prize stock barn, bedding down the animals. One of the prize cows had cut her leg. We couldn't understand it because she hadn't been near any of the pastures with barbed wire. I was bringing Hank up here to bathe his eyes just as the plane was flying over. She was too low, and she caught fire. There was that awful explosion.
Oh, but it was all a dream.
Come on, we'll see.
Stephen.
I'm going out to the barn. Come along if you wish. Something tells me that it was more than just a dream.
Stephen, this is so foolish. I tell you, it was just a dream.
Here. Do you hold this lantern?
Oh, but you need your sleep, dear.
Get this door. I'll take it now.
All right.
Come on. Here's the stall. You bring the flashlight?
Here.
Here, take the lantern. Confound it, what's wrong? The battery burned out? Oh, there. Martha, look!
Stephen.
There on her leg. A deep cut.
Fresh cut. It needs attention.
Martha, it's identical to the injury in my dream.
Oh, Stephen, surely.
It is, Martha.
Oh, she just cut herself yesterday and you didn't know.
No. I always examine the prize stock in their stalls every night. Martha, this animal was in perfect condition when we went to bed.
Oh, but Stephen...
Wait a minute.
What in the world are you doing?
I'm looking through this straw, but... By heavens, look!
A short length of barbed wire.
Bloody barbed wire.
Stephen.
Just like the dream. The very same. There should be something else. Yes, here. Look.
A gun.
Hidden here in the straw. Here where he put it.
Who?
Hank Marsh, of course. Who else?
Oh, no, Stephen.
Yes. And look. There on the top of the feed box. A bottle of disinfectant. Some clean rags.
Oh, but Stephen...
Just like the dream. Every bit of it is just like the dream.
But you couldn't have dreamed all that.
A hidden barbed wire. The cut on the cow's leg. The hidden gun, the medicine, all the same.
Stephen.
And this cow. She's the one that almost trampled McHarg to death last fall when his shotgun accidentally went off.
But surely you don't think Henry Marsh planned to kill you.
Yes, he planned it. He worked it out carefully. Very carefully. But now his plan's no good because of that dream.
Oh, no, Stephen, he couldn't have.
Yes. And in my dream, I saw how it was all going to work out. I was shown how I could save myself by throwing the disinfectant into his eyes.
I tell you, there's some other explanation.
Then a plane. It did fly over low tonight, you said?
Yes.
And it must have caught on fire. It must have exploded.
But it couldn't have. I didn't hear a thing except the motors.
You heard me screaming about it in my dream.
Yes, but you...
Well, you must have been so intent upon what I was saying that you didn't hear the noise of the explosion.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
It was over south of the road. Here, give me that lantern.
Stephen, you...
You go back to the house. I'm going to look for that wreckage.
Stephen?
Not a sign of anything out there in the field.
I called the airport. They checked the plane. It passed over Sheldon some time ago. That's miles from here toward New York.
Safe?
Yes.
There couldn't be a mistake?
No. The plane that passed over here while you were dreaming is almost in New York now.
I can't understand it. All the rest of the dream was true. All but the part about the plane.
No, just a dream.
The other things. The injury to the cow, the wire, the gun.
Didn't you say you lost your gun several months ago?
Yes, I did.
You must have dropped it in the straw when you stored it in the barn. It and the wire were thrown into the cow's stall purely by accident.
But the injury.
Stephen, both of us know how easily and mysteriously cows can injure their legs.
And the disinfectant.
Oh, you simply left it in there in the stall and forgot about it.
No, I couldn't have.
Well, are you going to open it, Stephen?
It's unlocked. Come in. Hank.
Holly, I'm glad you're up, Mr. Fuller.
Henry, it's late. You haven't been in your bed tonight.
I forgot to tell you I was going to town. Now, Mr. Fuller, that cow in stall 13, she's cut her leg.
Henry,
Well, I just happened to look at it. Looked in, found the barn door open, and... Why? What's the matter, Mr. Fuller? Say, why do you look at me like that?
Stephen.
You want me to come out to the barn, Hank?
Why? Why, yes. That cow's leg's pretty bad.
A barbed wire cut?
You know about it?
And isn't the wire lying beneath the straw of the stall right now?
Mr. Fuller,
And isn't this the gun you hid under the straw?
How'd you find that?
Oh, Stephen.
So, it is true. You planned to kill me.
No.
Planned for the animal to trample me and mutilate me.
No!
Planned to marry Martha and get my farm.
No, Stephen, no, you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. You planned it together. Only my dreams spoiled your plans. Well, now you can be together.
Stephen, no!
Put that gun down!
Well, I'm going to send you. You can burn together.
No, Stephen, no!
For New York, now leaving at gate 2. All passengers for New York, flight 7, all aboard at gate 2, all aboard at gate 2. Flight 7 now leaving from New York, all aboard again.
All clear. All right, shut the door.
Confound it. 5 minutes late taking off. Why don't they get this thing into the air? I've been hiding all day, waiting for darkness. Waiting here to take this plane to New York. New York. They won't find me there. No. They're not going to find me there. I've been waiting. Taking off. Yeah. I'll be in New York soon.
You can unfasten your safety belt now, Mr. Fuller.
Huh? You know me?
Yes. We always have a list of all the passengers. Let's see, you're going to New York.
New York? Yes. Taking a little weekend trip. Just up and left the farm for a weekend. Decided I needed a vacation.
Vacations are good for a person.
Yeah. I decided I need a little rest. So here I am. Funny thing, I dreamed about this plane last night. Yeah? She always passes over my farm about midnight. Dreamed last night that she was flying exceptionally low. Funny, too, because she generally gained quite a bit of altitude by the time she gets over my place. It was a queer dream. Thought I was standing out back of my house, and she went over just a little before the barn tops, and then she caught on fire and exploded. Exploded right there in midair, right over my farm. I guess we all have funny dreams sometimes. This one was sure real. Look, there's my farm down there now. See? Had a red light put on my windmill so it could be seen at night. And look how close it's seen. How close? Too close. We're flying too low. I said we're flying too low. Look, just above the barn tops, just like the dream. Just like the dream. No, it can't be that. Look out the window. Flames. What if the motor's on fire? What if the motor's on fire? We're flying too low! Dark fantasy.
You have heard The Edge of the Shadow, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard as Stephen Fuller, Eleanor Corrin was Martha Fuller, Muir Height played Hank Marsh, and Georgiana Cook was the stewardess. Next Friday at this time, listen to the 22nd in this series of dark fantasy adventures created for you by Scott Bishop, a weird and pulse-pounding tale of terror. Carrari, which relates how an angered witch doctor of the Ecuador jungle brews a bitter, deadly poison to use against a strange and heartless enemy.
Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, is based on the characters from the comic strip of that name in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week in full color with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly. Remember, the Comic Weekly is to be found in your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And now, The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Jim, on a secret mission back to the United States in company with the mysterious Mr. Smith, found that the chartered plane on which he was traveling had been taken over by the Nazi spy von Recipe, who was flying them out over the ocean. Jim and Mr. Smith, by the clever trick of emptying the contents of the fire extinguishers into the ventilators of the control cabin of the plane, quickly overpower von Recipe at the controls, and Jim takes over only to find that the plane is out of gas. Nothing but the broad Atlantic beneath them.
Think we can make it, Jim?
If we're lucky. Very lucky.
How far would you say that little island up ahead is, Jim?
Oh, 6 or 7 miles, Mr. Smith. With our altitude only 6,500 feet, we'll have to do an awful lot of coasting. Oh, there it goes. We're completely out of gas now.
Well, didn't seem to do us much good to knock out this Nazi spy we've got here on the floor of the cabin. Looks like we're done for.
Oh, feel that?
Oh, yes. It felt like we were going up, but that's impossible.
No, we ran into some updraft. The altimeter shows 6,600. We picked up 100 feet.
Well, then you think we might make that little island after all?
Well, if we get a little more of that updraft, it'll be a cinch.
There it goes again. We're rising again.
Look, picked up almost another 100 feet that time. Say, you know, for the first time in over 6 hours, I'm beginning to feel good again.
Jim, I just thought.
What?
Do you suppose this Nazi here was heading for that island?
Well, that idea's been bothering me, too.
Hey, Jim, take another look at that island.
Yeah?
Notice anything strange about it?
No, what do you mean? Wait a minute. Yes, those shadows. They're not real.
That's right.
Why, with the sun in this position, those shadows should stretch the other way.
Yeah.
That island is all camouflage.
Now I can see it quite plainly.
Oh, no doubt about it. This must be the place he was heading for. Seems pretty ironic that we should bring ourselves in.
Our prisoner is just coming to. That carbon dioxide in the fire extinguishers must have been pretty effective.
And also the bump he got in his head when he passed out.
Well, we're right over the island now, Jim.
And plenty of altitude to spare.
Our prisoner is trying to open his eyes.
Funny calling him our prisoner. Because of that island down below us is what we think it is, we're still his prisoners. Well, let's not worry about that now. I'm going to bring this buggy down with a dead stick. I'll have to really concentrate.
Down we go.
Look, we were right. That is a camouflage. A camouflaged airfield.
Yes, and a little reception committee.
Nazi soldiers.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I had a couple of machine guns on this ship.
Well, looks like we're in for it now.
And not a thing we can do about it. Hang on. We're going to touch ground in a minute. Wheels are down. Here it is.
Lieutenant von Recipe.
Lieutenant von Recipe, whatever his name is right here on the floor, mister.
So, you are the Americans. Please put your hands in the air and come with me.
Welcome, Mr. Bradley. Welcome to Port San Rico. Won't you sit down?
What have you done with my friend?
Have no fear, Mr. Bradley. Your friend is being well taken care of. Now, I should like to ask you a few questions.
I should like to ask you a few questions first, Mr.
Ehrmann. Heinrich Count von Ehrmann.
What are you and your men doing here on an island that belongs to a neutral country? Why is this island camouflaged? Why is it fortified? Why are there hidden airfields?
You're very naive, you Americans.
Naive, eh? Perhaps you've applied the wrong meaning to that word, Count. We trust people, yes. And we give them an even break in a fight. But once let them fight dirty, and then the nice, easygoing, complacent American becomes a tough customer to deal with. And you know why?
You evidently mean to answer your own questions, Mr. Bradley, so go ahead. Why?
Because he's an American, and he knows what he's fighting for.
Bravo, bravo. My country could use you in its propaganda bureau.
Not me, they couldn't.
Yes. I had heard that you were unapproachable. Now as to your mission back to the United States.
Oh, you knew about that.
Of course, Mr. Bradley. It's our business to know what our enemy is planning and beat him to his own game.
I see. Well, if you know, why do you ask me?
Just to check. Just to check on the accuracy of our information.
Well, you won't get anything more out of me. In the first place, I don't know.
And in the second place, I wouldn't tell you if I did.
Of course, you realize, Mr. Bradley, that we have ways to make one talk. They are rather unpleasant.
Yes, I've heard tell of them, Count. You can usually judge a people by the methods they employ to get a thing. How are all your brother wolves and their mad dog leader?
Maul, shut up, Schweinhund. I will teach you to speak with respect of the Führer. And we control the world.
Not when, Count Furman. You mean if.
Maul.
You can't seem to make up your mind what you want me to do. First you want me to talk, and now you want me to shut up.
You will talk when we want you to, Mr. Bradley. Never fear.
Maybe.
Guard. Take this prisoner back.
Superfeld, come.
I will see you later, Mr. Bradley. Perhaps you will change your mind.
Go in.
Jim, I was getting worried about you. Smith, did they question you too? Oh, it was a toss-up as to who was questioning who. I asked a few questions myself. What happened to you?
Well, they gave me a going-over with very little success. They threatened me with plenty to try to make me talk.
I guess I got the works promised me, too. Told them I didn't know anything, which in my case is the truth. By the way, what is this secret mission of ours?
Jim, believe me, I'd like to tell you, but my orders were not to say a word till we get back to the United States.
From the looks of our predicament now, that'll be some time off, if ever.
Yeah. Well, I can't break my word, Jim. You'll just have to bear with me.
Right, Smith. Anyway, this room here may be wired, and we may have listeners of a distinctly unpleasant variety.
Yes, you're right.
Come over here by the window. I'm going to speak right into your ear. So even if they have a dictograph hidden somewhere, they won't know what we're saying.
Go ahead.
We've got to escape from this place and give the warning. I don't know what they plan to do from this island, but from the looks of things, it appears that they're going to use their hidden planes to attack somewhere in the States. They must have a lot of bombers here, and they can do a lot of damage before our Air Force and Navy find this base.
Oh, how can we get the information back?
2 ways. One, steal one of their planes and run for it.
Oh, that's too dangerous. They'd shoot us down even if we were able to get away. What's the other?
There's a wireless station just back of the airfield where we landed. We can get into that and send a message giving the location of Port San Rigo.
It's a long chance.
Yes, but we've got to take it. Now, look. When the guard comes back to bring us some food, it'll be dark.
What time is it, Jim?
Almost 9 o'clock. Dark enough now to try it.
Yeah, but where's the guard? You don't suppose they're going to starve us into submission, do you?
Quiet. Here he is.
Here's your supper.
Thanks. And here's something for your trouble. Got him. Yeah. He's out like a light. What a sucker he is for a right to the jaw. Quick, Smith. Put on his uniform.
Yeah, right.
Now, when you get that uniform on, you're going to be the guard. You're going to march me across the flying field with a gun in my back.
Yeah.
When we get to the wireless shack, you and I will go right in. Just keep walking, Smith. Don't look to the right or the left. We're almost there.
Looks like they're getting ready for some kind of a night flight over there on the other end of the field.
Right. I hope our warning won't come too late.
Must feel pretty safe. Must be pretty careless. It's all been too easy so far.
We're just lucky.
Hope it lasts.
Here we are at the wireless station. You go in first. With the uniform, they'll be taken off guard. I'll come in right behind you, and then we'll give them the old 1-2. And no shooting, Smith. That'll give us away before we had a chance to contact some American ship or plane.
You're right. All right, in we go.
What do you want here? You shouldn't be in here.
But we are, honey. Oh! Good work, Jim. Now how to send that message. Any American or British ship or plane, danger. Stand by for message. German base at Port San Rigo. Very strong. Danger. Act immediately. Act immediately. Answer message. Signed, Jim Bradley.
Think it got through, Jim?
Oh, can't tell. Don't know if they answer. Try again in a few minutes.
If that gets through...
Not if. It's got to get through. Wait a minute. Here's something coming in now.
Yeah.
Jim Bradley. Message received by U.S. Coast Guard cutter Dolphin. Please identify yourself. Identify or will not be able to use information. Signed, Captain Richard Sloan.
He thinks it might be a trap.
Yeah, but what can I do?
Well, just send him this number. It's mine. G2 will understand.
Right. U.S. Coast Guard cutter Dolphin. Identity asked for. G2 can give you verification of...
625RT Smith.
6...
So, what have we here?
Von Ehrman, finish the message, Jim. Finish it.
No, my friend. Fire destroy the set. Now, you both will be so good as to come with me. I assure you that this time you will not be treated so well. Come.
Will the captain of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter act on Jim's information? And if he does, will the information reach the proper quarters in time to do any good? And what will be the fate of Jim Bradley, Jungle Jim, and the mysterious Mr. Smith? Don't miss the next exciting episode in The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow Jungle Jim's other adventures in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. No other comic supplement gives you the top cartoonists like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. Follow the fun and frolics of Blondie, Snuffy Smith, The Little King, Walt Disney's Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Flash Gordon and the Phantom and many others. Join the millions of men, women, and children who every Sunday find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
The control and prevention of disease depends essentially on knowledge of its cause and appreciation of the manner of its spread. It is common knowledge today that whereas some diseases are due to the action of infectious agents, such as bacteria and viruses, others are due to dietary deficiencies. Scurvy at one time was widespread among civilians and soldiers alike. Yet it is not caused by any living infectious agent, but by lack of minute amounts of essential foods called vitamins. The foods in a normal balanced diet, when properly prepared, contain the needed requirement of these extremely important substances. It should not be necessary, therefore, when a good, balanced diet is maintained, to reinforce this with little pills. It has been known that vitamin A in adequate quantities is essential for proper functioning of the eye, particularly for vision under reduced light conditions. This knowledge is being applied with advantage by our Army. Night fighters, pilots, gunners are being supplied with large doses of vitamin A. One of the remarkable features of vitamin deficiency diseases is the promptness with which complete cure follows the intake of the needed vitamins. Nervous disorders, for example, brought on by lack of the vitamin B complex, rapidly disappear when the vitamin is supplied. With the dislocation of the food supply resulting from war, certain foods essential for vital activities may become scarce. Under these conditions, it may be necessary to resort to the use of vitamin concentrates. It is with the control of infectious disease that we wish to deal, however. As was already stated, the control of such diseases depends to a large extent on their mode of transmission, a factor greatly affected by the hardiness or survival capacity of the infectious agent outside the host. Fortunately, the survival time for most organisms is quite low. Some parasites, like the spirochete of syphilis, survive only for a very brief period, a matter of minutes outside the host. They are so vulnerable in respect to altered environmental conditions that they must usually be transmitted directly from person to person. Organisms such as the streptococcus or the bacillus of tuberculosis may be able to survive on dust particles in the air for a short time. Germs such as a typhoid bacillus may survive for days or weeks in water into which they have been inoculated. Such disease agents as the malarial parasite have taken up their abode in man on a part-time basis only, and must be taken up by a mosquito to complete their development. Some of the larger parasites come to man only as a last resort, when their normal host has been annihilated. Typhoid and other intestinal infections are no longer problems in this area. These diseases have been conquered. Yet in regions where sanitary principles are not rigorously applied, they may still produce widespread infection. To protect our soldiers against these diseases, vaccination is applied as a routine measure. Today, however, the sharp boundary between civilian and soldier during war has largely disappeared, especially due to the disruption of the civilian population by bombing. It may become necessary, therefore, to apply protective measures on a much wider scale than any heretofore used, and to instruct civilians more generally in the methods to be employed in freeing food and water from possible contamination. It is in the realm of airborne infection that the problem of controls becomes considerably more complex. I doubt whether there is a single individual who has not had at least one cold this winter, or one who has not passed it on to another. Staphylococci, pneumococci, and streptococci are around us all the time. Normal, healthy people carry these disease-producing forms, which, under certain conditions, may produce severe and often fatal infection in others. It is unlikely that the incidence of these airborne diseases will be greatly affected under our present way of life. But think in terms of the crowding and health hazards raised by underground, poorly ventilated bomb shelters. Indeed, here the problem looms so large that in England some of her foremost scientists are at work on the subject. The results of one such finding states that no method for the control of infection is as effective as adequate spacing of individuals combined with adequate ventilation. Other methods are of value only as second-rate substitutes where proper spacing and ventilation cannot be achieved. What are some of these other methods? Physical barriers, such as the wearing of masks, may be helpful, but are not advocated as a general procedure. The use of ultraviolet light as a means of sterilizing the atmosphere has been found to be satisfactory in the experimental laboratory and in the hospital operating room. Yet field tests carried on in wards and elsewhere yielded results which were not too encouraging. The use of germ-killing sprays called aerosols was introduced a few years ago and produced moderately successful results. Treatment of floors, blankets, and clothes with substances which will cause the dust particles to adhere instead of being dispersed into the air may likewise aid in the prevention of airborne disease. It may well be, then, that the possible added protection to be gained from crowded, rapidly improvised, poorly ventilated bomb shelters against man-made weapons of death may merely make us more vulnerable to our less conspicuous enemies. Adherence to the ordinary rules of personal hygiene will aid in protecting against respiratory infections spread through the air. An uncovered cough or sneeze sprays myriads of droplets into the air. The smaller ones may be carried long distances. The Army, by ingeniously reversing the head and foot positions of adjoining cots, provides a maximum distance between the heads of adjacent men. Airborne organisms and others are found on the skin and surfaces of the body and often lead to the infection of wounds. To the civilian and soldier alike, the greatest godsend of recent times in the recovery from a variety of diseases, in the treatment of infected wounds and burns, has been sulfanilamide and its derivatives. Pneumonia, peritonitis, streptococcus, and other infections have responded miraculously to this treatment. If the spread of airborne infection often appears mysterious and its paths remain uncharted, the situation is markedly different in such infections as malaria and yellow fever. To most of the population of our city, insects are nothing but pests. They make us uncomfortable in the country. They even invade the privacy of our homes. But they are of infinitely more than nuisance value. The mosquito, the louse, and the flea together have no doubt been responsible for a larger number of deaths the world over than the total number yielded by the sword or gun, since these were invented by man. The most widespread disease in which insects are known to be implicated is malaria. As one author states, malaria is as commonplace as poverty and just about as persistent. It is found the world over, including our own country. We know that the elimination of the disease-carrying mosquito would eradicate the disease. We have known that fact for decades. And yet in India alone, during 1 year, and this in 1936, not in dark antiquity, 1.5 million deaths were attributed to malaria. The parasite producing the infection in man does not infect any other animal. Yellow fever of the epidemic type is spread, as far as we know, by a single species of mosquito whose habits and natural history are constant, so that adequate measures for its eradication can be taken. Malaria, on the other hand, is a much more difficult problem to control. It is spread by a variety of mosquitoes. Each species has its own peculiarities. Some breed in shallow, stagnant swamps and marshes. Others infest moving streams. Some can fly a long distance, and others cannot. All these factors must be considered, for the prime determinant in malarial control is the elimination of the mosquito, either by destroying its breeding places by adequate drainage, or by the destruction of its worm-like larval forms. Antimalarial measures are being widely applied in the southern United States, and the Army is aiding in this task. No discussion of insect-borne disease in war would be partially complete without reference to typhus fever. It has produced frightful epidemics in Europe. We in this country have our own native form of typhus fever, but here it is essentially a disease of rats. We need fear neither the European nor our own form, for both are controlled by simple measures which are being widely applied. The factor of prime importance in the control of this scourge is cleanliness. Under such conditions, lice do not thrive, and lice are required for the spread of the infection from sick to healthy people. The government is spending large sums in efforts to keep the rat population in check. Not only are rats important in the spread of our endemic type of typhus fever, but they are likewise concerned in the spread of a variety of other diseases. In Britain, the large-scale bombings have made the problem of rat control an important aspect of public health. Some diseases are transferred from one human being to another by direct contact, and in theory at any rate, such infections should be easily controlled. The venereal diseases fall into this category. The incidence of these diseases in the last World War was high. We may expect, with the prominent role education has played since that time, that such incidence will be greatly reduced. We have attempted in this brief time to outline some of the general methods which are employed in the control of disease. Since World War I, we have made progress in numerous phases of the subject. More stringently applied preventive measures and the introduction of the sulfonamide drugs promise to reduce greatly the distress and loss of manpower resulting from disease. Past experience has shown that the exigencies of war stimulate the development of new techniques and new procedures in the control and treatment of disease. We cannot predict what startling discoveries may be made as a direct result of this war. It is unlikely that the civilian population of this country will be exposed to any new hazards from disease. In Europe, with its malnutrition and the disorganization of its people, the picture may be very different. The public health officials will do their share to keep our microbial enemies from these shores. We can aid in preventing the spread of infectious disease by keeping our resistance high and rigorously applying the simple measures of personal hygiene.
The Treasury Star Parade. With Henry Hall, Igor Gorin, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and a special presentation for the record by Neil Hopkins.
This is Henry Hall, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the new transcriptions brought to you by the Treasury Department. I wonder if there's any single individual in this country who hasn't heard the voice of Igor Gorin. If there is such a one, well, I'm sorry for him. Rich, warm, and full of heart, that's this young artist who was born in Ukraine and who today prizes his American citizenship as his dearest possession. Now, I'm not going to ask Igor to sing anything in English today. I want you to hear him in some of his native songs. The first is a Ukrainian folk song, which he calls Vyut Vitri.
I know you will forgive me if I dedicate my next song to a brave woman who had her baby on a life raft somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It is a Slavic cradle song.
This is for the record. From the files of the United States Navy. These are facts. From the lifeboat now tossing a little in the wash of the destroyer, a sailor climbs the cargo net, serving in place of a ladder. Not hand over hand, as they say in books, because his right arm holds a bundle, which he shoves at a startled petty officer as he reaches the destroyer's rail.
Take it, you dope. It's a baby.
That was Jesse Roper Mohorovichik, who was welcomed into this world by a torpedo made in Dusseldorf, Germany, whose manger was the sea-slopped bottom of an open boat, whose heralding angel was a plain city doctor from Brooklyn, New York, named Conley. He is the man who speaks to you now.
We were a day off the Atlantic coast, aboard a small passenger and cargo ship. We weren't surprised when the torpedo hit us, because our own Navy gun crew had already fired the first shot at the submarine's periscope. And 7 days before, we had only been a few hours at sea, the captain spoke to all of us in the dining salon.
I will appreciate your fullest cooperation for the sake of your own safety. It may seem strange that the closer we get to safety, the greater the danger from enemy submarines will become. But that's the way it is. Thank you, and good luck. Oh, Dr. Conley. Just a minute, please.
Yes, Captain?
Now, if anything does happen, arrangements have been made so that you'll go in the same lifeboat with Mrs. Mohorovichik here. Unless the baby gets herself born first.
Oh, that's fine. Fine.
How are you feeling, Mrs. Mohorovichik?
Oh, very good. Thank you, Captain.
You understand the arrangements?
I understand. Thank you.
Boat number 5, full up. Lower away. Hey, hold it down there. Dr. Connolly, you're supposed to be in number 5.
I know. I went back to my bag. I couldn't get to it.
Well, you think you can slide down the man rope? Number 5's about halfway down.
I'll manage.
Okay, over you go then. Now, easy now, Doctor. You'll be needed in that boat.
Don't worry about me. You just...
You okay, Doc?
I didn't answer. I couldn't answer because of the pain.
Lower away, number 5.
I figured that fall had cost me a broken rib. Turned out to be 2. But as we pulled away from the ship, I found I could breathe again. And pain was forgotten when a white streak ripping across the bow of the lifeboat told us that a second torpedo had missed us by only a few feet. But it didn't miss the real target, the good ship we had just left. I made my way aft to my patient. And maybe if I were a writer, I'd write that a new life was born at exactly the same moment that death, in the shape of a torpedo, left the belly of that submarine. Only it didn't happen exactly that way.
Doctor. Doctor. Please.
It was starting, and we had been adrift 3 hours.
Doctor. Dr. Connolly, I am so much trouble. At such bad time for everybody.
Trouble? She was no trouble. The 19 others in that lifeboat felt the humble courage of Mrs. Mohorovicic. And they responded at a time when it might well have been every man for himself. Those who bailed worked like madmen at the impossible task of keeping the lifeboat empty of seawater. The other 2 women gave clothing to help keep my patient warm. For privacy, seamen rigged a canvas wall across the boat. So, 6 hours later, Mrs. Mohorovicic's baby was born. Still, it was a long time before the destroyer found us. And I had time to think. Death, through science, had won the cards that day. Or had it? There was the submarine, created by man. There was the torpedo, created by man. And yet, there in the face of it all, in spite of death and science and man, there was a baby, created by God. There was life. The man who aimed those torpedoes aimed to kill without regard for anything but death and destruction. But you heard what happened. 40 hours later, out of a lifeboat, symbol of death and destruction, a sailor climbed a cargo net to the deck of a rescue ship. He shoved a tiny bundle at the startled man who stood there and said,
Take it, you dope. It's a baby.
I hope I won't be accused of irreverence or sacrilege, but I can't help wondering sometimes. I can't help wondering if God ever laughs.
In this true story, Dr. Connolly was impersonated.
Life. Precious life. A free life. What does the future hold for this child which is in our keeping? Will it be a free life, blessed with the happiness and abundance which is America? This was our heritage, and this must be the heritage of those who come after us, our children and their children after them. Fight, work, and save, and buy United States war bonds and stamps. War bonds and stamps pay you rich dividends, not only in money, but in what is infinitely more important, in the security and freedom of your loved ones, your home, your friends, your civil rights. And never forget, this is your country. Keep it yours.
The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this performance. Mr. Henry Hall, Igor Gorin, Raymond Johnson, Neil Hopkins, and this station for its facilities. The orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman. Writing by Malcolm Meacham and Violet Atkins. Production by William A. Bacher. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Get on the beam there, men. Here comes your personal radio show, Command Performance. Our opening letter is from Seaman First Class BRJ on a battleship somewhere in the South Pacific. He says,
Dear Command Performance, maybe I'm just an old deck swabber, but I've got a lot of young ideas. One of them's Betty Grable. I happened to read in the last Walter Winchell column I saw that Betty was keeping company with George Raft. Please tell Betty that we've got a nice big battleship. Why should she waste her time with a raft?
Well, brother, you've got something there, and we've got something here, too. She's yours for tonight. Fellas, Miss Betty Grable.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and hello there, fellas. I told Mama not to wait up tonight because I'm going out shortwave. I'm going out with all the fighting men in Uncle Sam's Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And that's just about the biggest blind date any girl ever had. And I don't mind telling you boys that I'm carrying the torch for you. And so is that lady in the harbor back in New York. The studio here is so full of stars we could almost get along without lights. So I'd better start answering your commands. First, a salute to the boys of Unit 855, United States Marine Corps. The address is a military secret, but the letter is signed by M.D.G. Jr., who hails from Culpeper, Virginia. For him and his gang, we proudly present Miss Judy Canova.
Here's a song from me to you, and I hope you like it. I had a feller courting me for quite a spell, mid simple life of country folk. Now when he told me that he wanted to go away, my little heart hit almost a roof. I said, you know it's true, I love you best of all, so honey, don't you go away. Now just as he went to go, it grieved my heart, and so these words he heard me say. Darn, that's pretty. Some of these days, you're gonna miss me, honey. Oh, some of these days, you're gonna feel so lonely. You'll miss my hug, you'll miss my kisses, you'll miss me, honey. When you go, feel lonely. I'm blue, only for you, honey. Oh, you've had your way, and that ain't hay. And when you leave me, I know they'll grieve me. You miss your little baby. I'm tired of being a scatterbrain. I'm gonna find myself a ball and chain. And when I do, you gonna miss me. Oh, some of these days
that was swell. On our show of March 22nd, a very amusing man gave a lecture to sailors in which he discussed the facts of life. Apparently, he gave such valuable advice that you men have called him back for his second triumphant appearance on Command Performance. Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Miss Grable. This is a little talk that I'm going to deliver tomorrow to a group of young women about to enter a short course in nursing. I just want to see what you think of it. I may tear the whole thing up anyway. Young ladies, I'm going to say, if I say anything. Young ladies, I am happy to speak a few words of cheer to you on this your day of matriculation. Perhaps I shouldn't even have said that. Perhaps I shouldn't have started the talk at all. If you can't say a word like matriculation without... Well, anyway, I do feel, however, that a word or two of warning may not be out of place from an old man who has been very close to several nurses and vice versa. I like to think of us all as just one big family, don't you? It's nice. First, there comes the problem of bathing in bed. I mean, of course, bathing the patient in bed. Well, let's look at it from another angle. Let's take the subject of changing the bedding after bathing the patient in bed. Now, as I see it, the problem is to get the bottom sheet out from under the patient without tossing him too far in the air or catapulting him on the floor on the other side. This can be done by calling his attention to something outside the window, counting 1, 2, 3, and then not changing the bottom sheet at all. He won't know the difference in a couple of minutes anyway. Now, once you've got the patient washed and the bed linen changed, there's a question of... I wonder if you'd like to hear something about the work we're trying to do among our boys up at our little camp in Silver Lake. I don't think it's generally known that most of our boys up there are between the age of 16. We feel that by taking the boy at this age, we can get him into closer touch not only with his parents, his school, and his people, lots of people, but also with the town in which he lives, the flag to which he pays allegiance, and to the town in which he lives. I was talking on this subject only last week at our Uptown branch, asking for contributions for the camp, and at the conclusion of my talk, a little old lady, dressed all in lavender, came up on the platform, and placing her hand on my arm, asked, "What the hell did you do with all the money we gave you last year?" Well, I just laughed and pushed her off the platform. But I quote that only to show how much interest people are taking in our camp and how bright the future seems to be for it. Or did I say that? Well, anyway, to get back to what I was going to say to the young ladies who are training to be nurses. From my experience with nurses, I think that I'm right in making the suggestion that the nurse is likely to hang around the room too much. Is that right? I don't know. Nurses are often very charming young ladies. I say this entirely on hearsay. I never happened to draw one. I hear about these guys with beautiful nurses, but the one I usually get looks like whirl away with a cap on. Only kidding, Miss Tuttle. We now come to the subject of hospital bedroom equipment and its use. But I see that my time is about up, and so we shall have to postpone this section until our next meeting. Well, maybe the time isn't quite up yet, but it will be by the time I've announced that I will be in the vestry at the close of this talk for consultation with any of you young ladies who still want to continue nursing after what I've just said, and who would like to try getting this shoulder of mine back into place. In the vestry, and this goes for you too, fellas. What have I said?
Thank you very much, Bob Benchley. And now for 2 sergeants and 8 privates in the field artillery, APO 957, somewhere in the Pacific area, Command Performance presents the world's greatest trumpet player, Harry James and his music makers. Mary Jane. Back into the mailbag now, we find a letter from the gang at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Coco Solo Canal Zone. It is signed by ACH, who says, I suppose you're swamped with requests, and it will be some time before you get to mine. But I'll be waiting for Jack Benny. Well, ACH, suppose I refer your request to the heavyweight champion of microphonia, Don Wilson.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Gosh, she's beautiful. You said it. And now, fellows, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Say, Don, when I smiled at Harry James, you see how worried Phil Harris looked? Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good looking?
Well, I don't want to sound hammy or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine.
Say, Don, I'll bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack, I
could just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knees. And I can hear your mother singing to you, "Rock-a-bye Baby" on the treetop.
Oh, she sure did.
That tree must have been a redwood. Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. On Saturdays, we used to run a special, a pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, went over very big. I remember one time...
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
We were talking about me. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
We should get laughs like that on our own show. Always kills me. Now listen, Mary. I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
And what's that price tag doing on the 3rd molar?
Don't be funny.
Say, Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
Well, what was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont, you know.
And did you see the tree in back with a rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he never saw the preview.
He did, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. I didn't see you.
Well, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Dennis?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Mr. Benny, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart, eh? I'll bet you were.
All right, you can laugh, but when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12? What's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Dennis, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, what happened to you in the meantime?
I don't know. All of a sudden, everything went blank.
That's what I thought. Say, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made at rehearsal.
What crack?
You know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh. Well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave you.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee. When I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't
going to
tell you.
All right, I'm not worried about it. I can get another orchestra leader. Matter with Harry James. That's bad, I suppose? Anyway, Phil ought to be loyal enough to discuss things with me before he takes any definite step.
Hey, Jack, here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson. You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately, I thought it'd be better to call it quits, that's all.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you louse.
Oh, sure.
Well, now listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you think they were married?
Keep out of this, Dennis. Now, look, Phil, look. I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees. Anyway, Phil, there's no use arguing about it. You can't leave me because we've got a contract.
Some contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Oh, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Say, Jack, you know a lot about music. Why don't you form your own orchestra?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his Stinkolas.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh?
Yeah, I'm going on the air for McMillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that fits. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway, Phil, if you're smart, you'd stay right here and try to be a little more... I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want?
Are you planning to come home for dinner tonight?
Well, certainly I am.
Well, if you want something to eat, you better bring some food home with you.
What are you talking about? There was plenty of food in the icebox when I left the house this morning. What happened to it?
In the which?
In the icebox. When I left this morning, it was just bulging with food.
Well, the swelling's gone down now.
Rochester, did you throw another party this afternoon?
Well, come to think of it, a few of my friends dropped in for some tea and donuts.
Now, listen, if you just served tea and donuts, what happened to all those lamb chops?
Well, I ran out of donuts.
Yes?
So we bored holes in the chops and dumped them.
That's fine. Well, what happened to the big roast turkey that was in the icebox?
Oh, that was first prize in the bingo game.
Well, that's the last straw. Now, you just see that there's some food in the house when I get there.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
As long as you're coming home, will you bring my fan mail?
Yes, I'll bring it. Goodbye. Darn, that Rochester eats me out of house and home. Well, that's all for us, fellas. Good luck and give 'em hell.
Thanks a lot, Jack Benny and Company. Now a very nice letter from a very nice sergeant at Army Post Office, number 803A at Suriname, South America.
Dear Command Performance, I'm one of the many listeners to your program for the fighting men of the good old USA. You know, we fellas can't thank you enough for the wonderful work you're doing all for us. Our favorite singer is Mary Martin,
And we'll be patiently waiting and listening for her sweet and lovely voice.
Well, Sergeant, you don't have to wait any longer. Here she is, lovely Mary Martin. Thank you, Betty. And thanks to the sergeant and all the other men in Uncle Sam's fighting forces who have invited me to appear on this program. If the Bing Crosby show is within your listening range, you've probably heard Victor Borger's upper language. It's a new kind of talk based on the idea that since everything is higher today, all the numbers in the words we speak should be increased by one. Wonderful becomes twotiful. Toupee becomes threepay, and lieutenant becomes lieutenant, and so forth. One of our latest song hits carries out this idea. It's called My Tootiful Little Lieutenant. And with the assistance of the Music Maids and Hal and Harry James Orchestra, I'd like to sing it for you now. There's a handsome lieutenant and he's mine, all mine. No word is high enough, no praise to the sky enough. So I had to raise all the words by one. He is much more than wonderful, so I add one. I call him dutiful, that's one more than wonderful. In fact, he's just free divine. He is my dutiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my dutiful little Lebanon. He's the only 2-5 me. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my dutiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Does he come from California? No. Does he come from 11th Street? No. Does he come from Washington? No. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Well, fellas, Old Man Time is giving us the high sign, and it looks like my blind date with you is just about over. And when a gal has been shown a good time, it's customary for her to express her appreciation by extending her date the courtesy of a goodnight kiss. I don't suppose a shortwave kiss can be very effective, but it's the best I can do right now. So here it is. Oh, Colonel. Well, fellas, if we didn't get around to answering your particular request this time, keep listening. Your letter is probably here in the bag. And take it from me, that battle you're fighting out there is in the bag, too. This is Betty Grable thanking you for the date and reminding you that Hollywood turns out a lot of pictures. But for you, Hollywood just turns out. Goodbye now.
We're getting those letters, men, and their orders to us, because around here you're the GHQ. Keep on writing to the station to which you're listening, and Command Performance will fill your request. And listen, fella, for a time there, the Axis was getting pretty cocky. Right now, their worry is khaki. See you later.
Here's Jill and the GI Jive.
Hi, fellas. Once again, that GI Jive theme breaks onto the beam, which means it's time to get the records going round and round in the AEF jukebox of the air. And this is GI Jill, the gal with all the nickels. The nickels that'll buy the bands and tunes you've asked for. According to your request, the jukebox is stocked today with music by Eddie Miller, Bing and the Andrews Sisters, Jimmy Lunsford, and Harry James. And Eddie Miller is going to set the tempo with Stomp Mr. Henry Lee.
We're gonna stomp, 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 stomp Mr. Henry Lee.
comes now another version of One Meatball. So far, we've had recipes for same from Josh White and Tony Pastor. But today, it's Bing and the Andrews sisters. Still with no spaghetti for Corporal Claude F. Kendall in APO 27 and Sergeant Delmar E. Davis at APO 322. Okay, Bing and the gals with One Meatball.
A little man walked up and down and found an eating place in town. He looked the menu through and through to see what 15 cents could do. One meatball, one meatball. He could afford but one meatball. He told the waiter near at hand the simple dinner he had planned. The folks were startled, one and all, to hear that waiter loudly call, one meatball, one meatball. Hey, this here gent wants one meatball. The little man felt ill at ease and said, some bread, sir, if you please. The waiter's voice roars down the hall, you gets no bread with one meatball. One meatball, one meatball. You gets no bread with one meatball. One meatball was all he had. Now in his dreams he hears that call, you get no bread with one meatball. One meatball, one meatball. You get no bread with one meatball. One meatball. No bread with one meatball.
Yeah, I know. No Bing Crosby. My mistake, fellas. And that takes care of One Meatball with no Bing Crosby and brings us to Jimmy Lunsford and his orchestra. Not long ago, Jimmy made a record that I think is really good. So far, we've only had one letter on it, but one's enough for a spinning, so here's I Dream a Lot About You by Jimmy Lunsford at the request of Buglemaster Gilbert Bond, storekeeper Clifford Smith, and yeoman Roscoe Gillette of the Navy. Here it is.
I dream the silliest dream, honestly I do. I dream the sweetest little dreams. I dream a lot about you. I dream the craziest dreams, though I know we're through. My dreams are sweet little dreams. I dream a lot about you. In my dreams you're so stunning, you're such a pleasant surprise. Then I awaken to find I'm forsaken, teardrops fill my eyes. I dream the cutest little dreams, dreams that don't come true. My dreams are precious little dreams. I dream a lot about you. You're so stunning. You're such a pleasant surprise. Then I awaken to find I'm forsaken. Teardrops fill my eyes. I dream the cutest little dreams, dreams that don't come true. My dreams are precious little dreams. I dream a lot about you.
It's GI Jive, the program that gives your record request top priority. Yeah, fellas, if you've got a favorite record and it can be had, you shall have it by letting me know at GI Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And talking about a favorite record, this one coming up is my favorite right now. Dedicated to Private Charlie R. Vick at APO 717, pharmacist mates C.F. Vialis and L.P. Myers, C.B. Earl Shiflett of a certain CBMU. It's Harry James' record of I'm Beginning to See the Light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused the spark that's a full-on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light.
that's all for now, fellas. Till tomorrow, this is your GI Gal Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
At ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
gotta swim and birds gotta fly. I gotta love one man till I die. Can't help loving that man of mine. Tell me he's lazy, tell me he's slow. Tell me I'm crazy, maybe I know. Can't help loving that man of mine. When he goes away, that's a rainy day. And when he comes back, the day is fine, the sun will shine. He can come home as late as can be. Home without him ain't no home to me. Can't help loving that man of mine. Some other arms about you, do you ever think of me? When you whisper, I can't live without you, do you ever think of me? And when your eyes disguise the same old loving lies you tell so tenderly, deep in your heart, unfeeling, when some heart you're stealing, do you ever think of me?
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Pastel Blue, Blue Moon, Sweet and Lovely, Can't Help Loving That Man, A Little Old Lady Dressed in Blue, Do You Ever Think of Me, Someday Sweetheart, Love, Are You Raising Your Head, and That Old Gang of Mine. The Armed Forces Radio Orchestra is under the direction of Major Meredith Wilson. Your featured soloist, Martha Mears. Les Paul on the electric guitar. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.